I need to send some links. All right, here I come, Jesse. I need to send some links. Yep. All right, here I come, Jesse. I need to send some links. Yep. All right, here I come, Jesse. Now I think we're cooking with grease. What do you think, folks? All right, today is Thursday, January 26th, 2023. And welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. I am your host, as always, Fearless Floyd. I'm going on the road today, so Jesse's going to come in and here and help me out. Let me get my link sent out to everybody. We'll be on the show today. Where you at, you Rick? Jesus. There you are. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see. I don't even know where to start today. I've just been running helter skelter, trying to get everything done, taken care of before I head on. Oh, you're dead. That thing's gone. All right. Let me guess he's going to join us sometime. Oh yeah, I read that yesterday. Something else I wanted to read you. Oh yeah. Hang on a moment. There we go. Checking my emails. And yay, my Chicago manuals of style have shipped. Can't wait to get those. We can read out of that. Wouldn't that be cool? Actually learn something. Let's call. Who can we trust? Comment to Annabon writes his rebuttal with my Traverse, and one of my viewers, Brad Pickett, asked, so who can we trust? Right? In we God trust. That's the trust. Let's see what else I got here. Another comment. How to do a conditional acceptance. DD, you're looking for Erica's website. Erica doesn't have a website anymore. She's on Facebook under Private Families. She was on my Tuesday show at 2 p.m. So if you go about the 2-hour mark of that video, that's when Erica comes on. You can get her information off there. Facebook, Private Families. All right. Jesse, where are you at, bro? There he is. Oh, calling. Are you gonna jump on the Zoom?
Okay.
Okay.
2 minutes. I'm trying to take a picture, so you just get link, all right?
Yeah. Well, I'll send it to you. But yeah.
Be in there in just a minute.
Okay. Bye. All right. Let's see where else. Oh, of course, we have to do our daily. There's our daily Chris Hauser update. And I'm gonna refresh it for you guys. You know, nothing's filed in the case yet, so no opinion available. Man, I can't wait to read this thing. Man, you want to talk about setting some precedent? That's what's going to happen. What's going on? Bear in mind one thing. Ah, cute. That's clever. What is the definition of personam? No, I can whip out the Black's Law and look it up. Heading to work, catching the replay. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's all about. Today we have Pastor of the Way, Brian Robinson, coming on with Eric, who's going to demand everybody cite your authority. So you guys want to get in the chat and play with Eric. Today is your day because he will come out to play. Right, Eric? Yeah, Eric holds no quarter for sure. And I'm grateful to have him because, you know, we need more accountability, and Eric tries to hold people to account. So, you know, you have to give the guy kudos for that. Okay. There's very few people in here who hold these, you know, gurus and these people who espouse all these processes and methods and, you know, use this form and no, you got to fill it out this way. And, you know, it just goes back and forth on and on. It never stops. So when people come out and question authority, exactly what Eric is doing, cite your authority, question authority. That's where we're going with that. And so, Eric, thank you for that. I appreciate it. You know, you're doing good work. I don't know what their topic is going to be. I don't even know if they're going to have any guests because I haven't had time to speak with either one of them. I've just been slammed. That's all I can tell you. I'm going to the event tomorrow, Sky Pony Lounge. Let me pull that up so you guys can see that. If I can find the damn I'm going to come back to that too. I'll read that here in a bit. I've got way too many tabs open. There it is. So, there we go. This is where I'll be tomorrow at the Reckoning Fest. Well, it's not the Reckoning Fest. It's actually the MAGA Mixer El Magador autograph event. To get these jackets autographed by the one and only Juan O'Savin in Plano, Texas. That's Friday, January 27th, which is tomorrow, from 5 till whatever, I guess. And then Saturday, January 28th. And I believe that is a potluck, and they do right up here what will you bring to the table. So this is where you register. That's where I'll be. So Saturday or Friday, I'll be doing the show from 12 to 5 from here, from this location. I'll get with Christopher during the day today to hammer that out, what that's going to look like. But then the autograph event will start from 5 till whenever.
According to what a lot of people have said, Flare token has been released a long time ago.
Yeah,
That
on
you?
their platform, but not on Coinbase.
I know, that's what I'm
Right.
saying, on many
Jesse.
platforms, all of them, most all of them have been released.
Right.
The Flare token, not the Pretty Bird token or.
All right. Sorry about that. Got to get an audio producer and train him in audio visual. So sorry about that. This is where I'm going.
I'm here. I'm here. I'll be here. Can you
I
hear me?
know. We just heard your whole conversation. Just
All right. Well, I was just answering about the Flare token /
Yeah.
Songbird token that's never going to be released.
Was it 3 cents now?
3 cents, so 10,000 times, not very much. Still want my Flare token. I don't care if it's only $1. I want my Flare token.
okay. $3 is $3.
That's right. Absolutely.
All right. So this is where I'll be. The Saturday, the event starts again at 1 o'clock, and I don't know how long that will go till. I will likely come to the Saturday event. Will I be signing autographs? I highly doubt it. I doubt anybody there will know who I am. I'm just going to meet people at work and possibly find some potential guests. So that's where I will be. And then I'm going to go visit my awesome daughter on Sunday. So that's what I'll be doing. Do you have any idea what Brian and Eric are going to talk about today?
No, not particularly.
Not particularly. Okay. I don't either. No.
I did
found it.
receive some pretty interesting messages from unknown source, but was talking about on the 30th that we might be going on the lockdown for 30 days. And this email came from Australia. Somebody from Australia talking about it. I'll send it to you and you can take a look at it.
Okay. Somebody sent me this. This is a search case mine for all crimes are commercial. You know, and that's a lot of these sayings that we, you know, pontificate in this movement right here, like all crimes are commercials. And they, you know, he attached various UCC forms, criminal case because all crimes are commercial. He is not a corporation. He stated that he did not believe the United States had a claim against him. I generally do not. And he's citing Title 18, 3231, like others who cite 27 CFR Section 7211 for the proposition that all crimes are commercial. And these cases just shoot it down left and right. There you go. Sovereign citizen.
Under what pretext? I mean, it's obvious it's commercial. Like, how are they in denial that it's commercial? Everything's got a dollar sign attached to it. That in itself makes it commercial. I mean, duh. Self-evident. You know, I mean, it's so self-evident. I don't need to post a code. Do I owe you money? Yeah, you owe me $230 for throwing you in jail, dude.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a perfect case. This is a 2254. So this is a writ of habeas corpus challenging a state conviction in federal court. $2255 would be challenging a federal conviction in a federal court. Yeah, I thought this was interesting.
How hard is it to get a case from state level to federal level? I mean, every time I've seen somebody do it, they always get a little letter back that says you have yet to exhaust all your remedies on the lower court before we can hear it. I'm like,
right.
You know, they're cutting me off at every pass. And that's why I tell people all the time, you know, I'm like, when you're preparing your case, don't expect to win, right? That's not what you're doing.
Yesterday.
You just said, did you? Yeah, you just set it up for an appeal, because at the end of the day, it's going to have to be appealed anyway. So you just start structuring everything that way and don't even try to go in there and argue and act like you're going to win because you're not. You just need to get everything on the record. So when you bring it to their authority, to their boss, they can shoot them down.
Right. Okay. I have the new class dates. I need to,
Yep. You need to send that to me so that I can update.
I'm going to send them to you now. I'm just going to take pictures of them, send them to you.
I'll do that while Eric and Brian are
Yeah.
having their little conversation.
It's February. Sorry, kids, we're doing this, but this is what happens when you go take the show on the road. So are you meeting me in Plano tonight?
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably in the morning.
Okay.
Take me about an hour and a half to drive there. So I'll get up around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and I'll head out. Just give me the address where I'm going to meet you at. Make sure we have a place to put our private vehicles so that they don't get towed.
I just sent you the calendars. Let me get over here. So anyway, as you see, but most of these dates are dated, same dates, 2010, 2009. And I came in right after this in 2013 is when I got hip to all this. 2008. So most of this stuff had already been pre-adjudicated. And then by the time I got it, it was regurgitated. Here's 2022, brand new case. Look at that. Ellis versus Philadelphia County. Richard A. Lanzillo, United States Magistrate Judge. Susan Paradise Baxter, United States District Judge. Okay. Report and recommendation from the magistrate judge. So you generally, when you file these cases, they send it before the magistrate judge. And then the magistrate judge or do their report and recommendation to the district judge, and district judge to make their ruling, sign off on it. So basically the magistrates, handle all the bullshit, and they just, do the electronic signature on these orders. Doesn't matter. Had a gazillion of them. Recommendation. It is hereby recommended that plaintiff's motion for redress grievance arbitration be denied, that this action be dismissed for failure to state a claim in accordance with 28 USC section 1915E, because he sought to leave informal pauperous. Plaintiff subject to screening provisions in 1915, which I've been through many times. If you pay the filing fee, you're under a different standard. If you come in form of pauperous, you come under this 1915E. Okay. And then because of these screening provisions, this is where you get screwed when you don't pay. Among other things, the statute requires a court to dismiss any action which the court determines that the action is, quote, frivolous or malicious, failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted, or seeks monetary relief against the defendant who is immune for such relief. 28 USC 1915 E2. And then here's a federal appendix. So that's coming out of the district court case in the Third Circuit. Frivolous complaint is one in which either based upon an indisputably meritless legal theory, such as when a defendant enjoys immunity from suit, or based upon factual contentions which are clearly baseless, such as when factual scenario described is fanciful or delusional. See Netsky versus Williams, that's a Supreme Court case. The determination as to whether a complaint fails to state a claim upon which relief may be granted is governed by the same standard applicable to motions to dismiss under Rule 12b-6 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. And they give you some more federal appendix cases. Here's a federal third series. Background analysis. On October 28, 2021, plaintiff, a prisoner in the custody of the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, initiated this action by filing a document styled petition for redress of grievance, receiving the bonds in the name of the trust and arbitration. Court 42 U.S.C. Section 1983 Civil Rights Complaint. Plaintiff filing was accompanied by a motion for leave to proceed in form of pauperis. Plaintiff later filed a motion for summary judgment. The allegations in the petition were largely incoherent. Plaintiff began by noting that he is a diving, that's supposed to be divining, I guess, or divine. That's a misprint. Divine, living, flesh and blood human being created by Almighty God, unquote. And has, quote, never nor will I be a corporation, unquote. He asserted that a corporation is, quote, an artificial person, parentheses, straw man, close parentheses, or legal entity created by or under the authority of the laws of the state, close quote. And that the state penal codes, quote, hold the real man liable for the conduct of his commercial person in all capital letters, straw man, hence all crimes are commercial, close quote. Because, quote, I'm not gonna quote this anymore because there's a lot of quotes. Because a person cannot be a corporation, plaintiff posited that only a person's corporate entity can be charged with a crime, not the flesh and blood human being. Plaintiff further stated, this proves that in order to be appointed an attorney or even hire one must be made into a corporation, the straw man. They will not aid in the discharge of the commercial charges that is laid upon the corporate fiction entity, Manny Ellis or Ellis, Manny. This means on the complaint information indictment is not me. In order to make me the divine living flesh and blood human being, a corporation, or the straw man, the court has to take bonds out in my name without my consent or knowledge. Fraud was committed.
He sounds like he's double-minded to me. Like he keeps calling himself a human, right? And taking him out of his taking him out of his authority that he's trying to cite. Well, does he not understand the words that are coming out of his mouth he's putting on paper?
Haha.
I mean, right there in itself is grounds for dismissal. He's double-minded, calling himself a human being. A human being is the entity on the piece of paper. I mean, wake up. No wonder they're not going to give you any relief.
The monster?
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
The monster.
I mean, they had to read this and kind of giggle inside a little bit, you know. By your testimony, you will be known. Be careful what you put on that paper.
Yeah, right. Definitely be careful what you put on paper. So, plaintiff concluded, based on the foregoing, that the state only has authority to incarcerate his straw man alter ego, a fiction made up to do transactions, rather than his flesh and blood human form. By the way of relief, plaintiff sought $5 billion in damages, his release from prison, and to have his record cleared of all charges. On March 4th, 2022, the court issued an order in which it observed that plaintiff's claims were largely incoherent and entirely frivolous. As explained in that order, plaintiff's argument, to the extent that it is coherent, invokes the ideologies of the so-called flesh and blood movement, as described in a recent decision in the Middle District of Pennsylvania rejecting similar claims. Plaintiff parrots the language of the now infamous flesh and blood movement, similar to the beliefs and rhetoric espoused by the American Moorish and sovereign citizens movement.
Well, he got thrown in some categories there, didn't he?
Adherence. That's why I'm reading this. Adherence, because I read it and I was like, what? Okay. Adherence to, I've read, I can't tell you how many of these cases, and they all sound identical. Same arguments, same rebuttals. It's, Adherents to the flesh and blood movement believe that a person has two distinct versions of himself, a flesh and blood natural man and a legal person, the vessel. Noting that the flesh and blood advocates believe that a person has a split personality, a real person and a fictional person called the straw man. They theorize that the government has power only over the strong man and not over the live person who remains free. Therefore, the real person can demand that the government official pay enormous sums of money to use the strong man's name, or in the case of prisoners, keep him in custody. Courts have routinely dismissed nonsensical claims of this nature as patently frivolous. Let's see. Noting that flesh claims have been uniformly rejected as legally frivolous by this and other courts across the country, describing similar straw man and contract-based claims and recommending that the complaint be dismissed as frivolous and for failure to state a claim, characterizing straw man claims as delusionary contrivance and absolutely no legal basis. Ferguson L. seeks to avoid the consequences of his criminal conviction by suggesting he exists in two separate legal entities and that the state of Virginia does not have jurisdiction over both entities and thus must release him, a living, breathing man, and pay him damages. Such a theory is legally frivolous. And it just goes on and on and on and on
It's
and on.
frivolous, huh? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not really frivolous. The way he phrased it is frivolous. No, I would think that if you're going to make a claim, the first thing you do is rebut any of the presumption that they're going to throw at you. So I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm not a human. I'm not a person, right? Let's get rid of all these words that you keep trying to say, that make me look like I'm double-minded because I'm calling myself a person, but I'm saying I'm not a person. Come on. Listen to what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, well, you definitely can't call yourself a person.
No, or a human. I mean, you have to take yourself out of those categories. So at most, you would use the word natural person to define you, and then a person to define the entity that you keep making reference to. Proper separation is very, I would think it's very, very important, right? Especially when you're trying to separate yourself from something, that you have to know the words you're using in order to do it. But you keep talking and you keep using words that put you right back where you started from. Is that UCC1 person?
Because a person cannot be a corporation. See right there? Oh, I can't highlight it. But right here, where the 6 is,
Yep,
because a person cannot be a corporation. That's what he's quoting. And, a person is a corporation. Yeah, that's long-standing Supreme Court law of land in the books and Black's Law Dictionary. No secret.
Where's the citation that says a person cannot be a corporation?
Yeah, there is none. So, I believe yeah.
There's a lot of quotes on there too. Like who's he quoting? It's not even on the paper when you put it in quotes. It's hearsay when somebody else quotes it.
Well, now let me tell you how this works. Okay, this is in the prison system, so these guys are getting this shit and throwing this stuff together. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just parroting what they're hearing. This is all just the basic crap. You don't see any kind of citations, no federal titles, nothing to support his claims, his arguments, no case law, nothing, no statutes, codes. So conclusion, for the reasons stated here, and is respectfully recommended to the district judge that plaintiff's motion for redress of grievance arbitration be denied and that this action be dismissed for failure to state a claim in accordance with Title 28 USC Section 1915E. Notice in accordance with 28 USC 636B1 and Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 72, the parties may seek to review the district court by filing objections to the report and recommendation within 14 days filing of this report and recommendation. Any party opposing the objection shall have 14 days from the date of service of objections to respond thereto. So there's your time limit to respond, to rebut her recommendation to the district judge.
Hey, do you think he wrote that or somebody wrote that for him and submitted it?
That's a very distinct possibility. I don't know who this guy is. Ellis.
It looks to me like nobody else that was in jail with him knows how to proofread.
Well, you got to remember they've clamped down on this stuff, nationwide in the prison system. So, you get anything that says UCC on it, later.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
gotta
it's
get,
out of there.
yeah, especially in Texas.
They're
Man,
going to teach their slaves how to get off
you
the
write a letter to
plantation,
somebody,
Floyd. You know
you
that.
write a letter to what?
I said, you know that they're not going to allow the slaves off the plantation. Come on now.
Yeah, if you write UCC in a letter and send it into prison, that letter will get denied. Just the 3 little letters, UCC. Yeah, they ain't playing no more, man. It's crazy. All right, so got those.
They got tired of having to fight all those frivolous filings. We're the executor over this estate.
man,
Who do you think you are? How dare you?
No, Jesse, you have. I've read these other offenders, prisoners' work. Okay, some of it, and I mean, like there was this one guy at Harvard, Milton Tarver. Bless his heart, he was there for a DWI too, so he's fighting his case. And most of the DWIs I didn't want, he took. But bless his heart, this dude tried. He could not write a brief, and a motion, or a petition to save his life. And he spent, probably as much time as I did in the law library. And just people just don't have it. You know what I mean? You either can write or you can't write. And it takes a long time to teach yourself how to write if you don't know how.
Absolutely. It's a never-ending learning process.
Yeah. So some of these guys, they can't spell. They don't even know how to put a sentence together. They don't know any kind of grammar, punctuation, nothing. And I had to learn all that on my own as well.
Thank God for spell check, because my
right.
ass would not be able to ever spell anything right if it wasn't for spell check.
Oh, that's why I have a dictionary.
Right. Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
when you can't get online to search for a word, you have a dictionary, right?
Yeah. Well, you ain't getting online in prison unless you got a phone. That's just how that works.
The lady called me when I took the placement test to go back to college. And she called me and said that I scored a 7 out of 8 on my essay. If I just could have spelt better, had better spelling, I would have scored an 8 out of 8. And I started laughing. I was like, it's just something that runs in the family. Nobody knows how to spell. I can write a paper, but I just can't spell.
I'm getting lined up to walk out the door here in a minute.
Ooh.
All right,
I'm gonna be bringing a whole bunch of paperwork with me to be notarized. So make sure you bring your notary skills with you.
Oh yeah, I take that everywhere.
All right, wonderful.
I'm even bringing the blue pad. Do I need to bring that paper?
Yeah, I would bring the paper. And I found out that we're gonna have to redo I'm gonna have to redo my birth certificate, because your last name, or your name, is your last name suffix first name middle, not the other way around. That's your seal, right? You have your living trust and your estate trust. So when you sign your seal, you're signing on behalf of the living trust. It's not the same as your real equitable name, which is last suffix, if you have one, first middle. And then your estate name is your last name suffix first middle. So man of substance is last name suffix first name middle, but in proper grammar. So you have to, when you put things on a piece of paper and you're identifying yourself, you sign with your seal, but where you put your name underneath it, you're going to use your last suffix first middle. The first, last, and middle name is not the man of substance. That is the seal for the living trust. So you have to learn how to distinguish between those 3 things, so that you're always portraying yourself as being a man of substance, not a seal or a fiction.
Okay. All right.
We should go down to where JFK was shot too and do some footage.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. So see how much time we have.
We'll see if we can get a tour and go upstairs to the room supposedly where whatever the guy's name was that shot Kennedy. Go stand out on the grassy knoll in the bush. You've seen the Nostradamus documentary where he talks about in the bush.
Heard that in a song. Okay. Let's see. I did talk to Sean Adley last night.
Yeah. What was that all about?
He's the one that does the mortgage stuff. Help you go back and get your money. So
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah, through James's side, but he wants to come on and do some stuff. So I was like, cool. So we went through that case.
I'm gonna send you this other document I got on the phone.
Okay.
Is it on here? Where is it at? I don't know how much credence we should give to these two things, because there's always rumors of wars and stuff that's going to happen. But we know in our heart of hearts that it's not a matter of if it's going to happen; it's a matter of when, right? So it's better to be up on the game than it is to be behind.
State definitions and reporting requirements. So let's go back up to this. Tomorrow, I don't know what everything's going to look like tomorrow as far as scheduling. Tentatively, well, I had Buffy Leanne scheduled and Dr. Cunningham to come on. I don't know if I'm going to stick with that format. I'll have to, like I said, I have to call Chris on my way to Plano to figure that out. State definitions and reporting requirements for live births, fetal deaths, and included terminology of pregnancy. This is the 1997 revision from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Most of these have this is how you would cite this. Congress, government printing office. Wonder if they have a newer one. Here's the contents. You can actually click, and there's Texas, where I'm at. We went through this the other day. Remember, live birth means the complete expulsion or extraction from its mother of a product of conception, irrespective of the duration of pregnancy, which, after such separation, breathes or shows any other evidence of life, such as beating of the heart, pulsation of the umbilical cord or definite movement of voluntary muscles, whether or not the umbilical cord has been cut or the placenta is attached, each product of such a birth is considered live born. Fetal death defined. Fetal death means death prior to the complete expulsion or extraction from its mother of a product of conception, irrespective of the duration of pregnancy. The death is indicated by the fact that after such separation, the fetus does not breathe or show any other evidence of life, such as beating of the heart, pulsation of the umbilical cord, or definite movement of voluntary muscles. When fetal death reporting is required, a certificate of stillbirth, fetal death, shall be filed for any stillbirth, fetal death, if the period of gestation is 20 completed weeks or more. Induced termination of pregnancy defined. An abortion is any act or procedure performed after pregnancy has been medically verified with the intent to cause a termination of a pregnancy other than for the purpose of either the birth of a live fetus or removing a dead fetus, and shall not include birth control devices or oral contraceptives. When induced termination pregnancy reporting is required, the statute requires a universal reporting of abortion procedures by all providers of abortion services. And that's Texas. So, you have any comment on that? Mr. Henley?
No, we went over that a few times. We pretty much know what's going on in that respect. I guess we'll know a
Right.
little bit more once we talk to the OBGYN and we get his 2 cents.
Hers?
Hers, excuse me, hers.
Yeah, wow, it breaks it all down for you in here.
Yeah, I'd be referring to myself as the living product of conception and not the one that died. Take some of their verbiage and use it against them.
Yeah, I'd like to get a newer one of these. See what they say. See if they're coming up with fraud.
So what do you think the adequate amount of time would be to make a claim on something in the public? 30 days notice or 45 days notice?
Notice for that. What do you mean?
To make a claim, like to make a claim on the minor estate. If you're going to post it, if you're going to post it in the public after you've made a claim, right? Because it's acknowledgement.
Oh, how long would you run your public notice?
Yes. And how many, what do you do it?
3 to 4 weeks, once a week.
Once a week. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. So that's part of the process too, is you have to acknowledge, receive, okay, make a claim, surrender, and then redeem it. And equity does not perfect an unperfected gift. So if you don't follow those steps, you're never going to get through the door.
Okay. I'm making you the host right now, okay?
All right. Woohoo, I'm host.
All right. Your show.
There's only one person to boot. It's not me.
Well, all right. We need to change your icon too, so it just doesn't have a J up here.
All right. I guess we'll use my house symbol. Do you have it?
I can send you. I'll give you some icons when I see you.
All right.
That's about it for what I have here.
Any new news on the RV?
Yeah, there's been some news.
All right. Well, let's hear it.
Hang on.
As much as I hate to say this, I'm ready for some warm weather.
Warm weather.
Oh, I'm tired of this cold, man. I just don't dig it. It makes my bones hurt. Everything wants to start acting up. How long we got before they get on here? What time is it?
We got 10 minutes, 9 minutes. They're
All right.
almost, yeah. All right, man. Are you doing this from your phone?
Yep. Yeah, because I don't have a microphone on the computer. I mean, I can get on, but I can't speak, so I can only type.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm out of here,
Well.
kids. Time for me to pack and hit the trail. Get them doggies moving. Rawhide.
Rawhide. All right. Well, be safe on your journey. And I guess I will see you. I guess you're going to pop back in, but I'll see you in the morning sometime.
I'll get on the road. Yep.
And I'll start working on a revision, start working on that.
Okay.
I don't know what it looks like, so I don't know how long it's going to take me, but I'll start working on it, try to get it done.
Okay. All right, kids.
All right. Well, I have 8 minutes to take over this show. So
Yeah.
what are we going to talk about today?
You can talk. Well, I can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, kind of waiting on them to get on. Hopefully they talk about the War Powers Act. It's really what I want to talk about. Trading with the enemy. But they're going to talk on whatever they want to speak on. So pretty sure we'll touch on a little bit. Got some paperwork done. Been doing a whole bunch of paperwork. And it's crazy. When you start doing a bunch of paperwork, you really start having a different understanding of what's going on, just through your own writing and trying to see what you're conveying. And as you're doing it, you'll start having breakdowns of inside your mind, and you'll be like, oh my God, I didn't realize that. So it's pretty good when you're writing paper and you're doing your research and you're going looking up your citations, and you start coming to different realizations, and you're like, oh man, I got to go back and do this whole paper over again. And you printed it 4 times. And you're like, damn it, there's another error on there. It's never ending. Oh, admit. We've got Pastor on. Hello.
All right.
Where are you at? Should say he's just came in the chat room.
The audio connects slow.
Hello.
What's
There he
up?
is.
So I figured I better jump on since it's 1 to 5.
Yeah, I was
Right.
running out of things to talk about. I was waiting for you to get on, so I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the show.
You run out of things to talk about? I can't believe it.
Absolutely.
Wow. Chase Bank is closing ATMs.
Yeah, they're doing a bail-in, by the way.
Oh, well, that's Bank of America for sure.
Did you send the link to Eric?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Sent it to him in Telegram.
Yeah, it'll let me know when he pops in, and I'll admit him. So what does it say about them closing the ATMs? What's that all about?
Make it harder for you to get cash.
Banking
Yeah.
holiday is coming, huh?
Let me share the screen. Read the article. This is from Tell Me Best, MSN. Crime is surging in New York City, forcing many companies to rethink how they do business. Unfortunately, the impact is far-reaching, even banks have made rapid adjustments. A prime example is Chase, where customers received unwelcome news last week. Hundreds of Chase ATMs stopped in New York City, and so until now, its customers had no problem getting cash for a late-night snack or a trip to the bar, but that all changed on a dime. This week, the banking giant announced it would no longer allow 24-hour access to many of its ATMs in the cities. Chase cited multiple reasons for the bad news, including, quote, rising crime and vagrancy. unquote. Company determined some areas were no longer safe for its customers late at night. Chase provided a statement to CNN about the closures. It read in part, quote, "We review our ATM hours on a case-by-case basis for a variety of reasons, may decide to temporarily close some overnight," close quote. However, the bank did not shutter the impacted ATMs. Instead, Chase instituted adjusted hours. Some ATM vestibles will close around 5 or 6 p.m., but others will remain open until 10 p.m. There you go.
Well, look, New York, really? Oh, they're using crime as an excuse now?
Not the Big Apple.
Quote
Don't mind the
unquote.
maggots.
I thought that was funny
don't mind the
too.
maggots. Okay, kid, I gotta go. Y'all take it over. Have a good show. I'll see you in a minute.
All right, be safe, bro. All right, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
All right. So what's going on with you?
Oh, you know me, just creating hate and discontent.
Right, me too.
I got kicked off of a guy's live the other day because he said I was creating confusion. I said, how am I creating confusion when I'm stating the facts?
Right.
It really boils down to the fact that he doesn't want to learn.
Well, he doesn't want you cutting in on his profits. You know, I've come to the realization that there's a lot of people in this game that they're not really out to help anybody but themselves, and they're all about making money and really turning their fellow brother into merchandise. You know.
Well, now I have a different view on that. I don't have a problem per se with someone charging for their time. But if you're going to do it and you're going to claim that you're out to help the people, don't make your prices astronomical.
Right. No, I agree.
I mean,
Be
look,
reasonable. I mean, they're in that situation in the first place because they don't have any money to pay for, but you're going to charge them some ungodly amount. It just doesn't make any sense. You're going to charge me more than what it's going to cost to have my, to have my charges discharged. Come on, man. I'm just going to go ahead and pay it. You know, give you $5,000 when it's $2,000 to have it discharged. That doesn't make any sense.
yeah.
Make it make sense, Pastor. Make it make sense. I love everybody has their own little catchphrases. You know, if you hang around people enough, you know what their catchphrases are, and you can say something without having to say anything about them. Just say their catchphrase. Make it make sense.
Hey guys,
What's up, buddy?
I just had to get myself off the floor. I fell out of my chair when Baxter said, "Oh no, New York is using crime as an excuse."
I know when he said it too, I was giggling inside.
Oh, it was just so timely. Yeah. How's it going today?
It's going pretty good. I'm doing all right. I'm better anyways, in the right state of mind.
Good. Glad to
Spirit
hear.
is not trying to be broken, so we're good.
That's always a plus, brother Jesse.
All right. I hear that.
Pastor, how are you, brother? Is Brian a good connect yet, or?
Sounded like he was on a good connect, but you know how it is with him. He's always in and out. So what you guys have on your mind today? What we're going to be talking about?
Oh man, I really want to talk about the releases from the DOJ. Let's see. Just about, again, the sovereign citizen movement is now being relabeled as flesh and blood, and this is why. This is exactly why you have to use their terminology. When
It
you
looks
make up
like he
your
dropped
own.
off.
What's that?
I said it looks like Pastor dropped off. It's just me
Yeah,
and you.
he's trucking.
You know, it's funny you say that about, you must have heard Floyd read in that case citation where the guy was making reference to himself as the flesh and blood man movement. And that's really the first I've heard of it called that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why I say, don't describe yourself as a flesh, blood, woman, man, uterus.
Right.
Don't describe any of those crazy things.
Right.
No, use their words. And, the words that I prefer is man of substance, woman of substance. I
Or
mean, what are
natural.
they going to do? Beat down, the door and say, "Hey, man of substance is a bad word." Yeah, right.
You must be one of them sovereign citizens. My dad called me the other day and he sent me a video and he was like, "This is precisely why I don't talk about the things you do. I don't want to be labeled as a sovereign citizen." And I was like, "Well, Dad, anybody who really knows anything in this game that we are playing knows that they're not a sovereign citizen and that word is a contradiction in terms, right? So quit saying it and giving it authority because it doesn't have any and it's nonsensical.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely nonsensical, right?
Yep.
And every
Don't
time
breathe any
somebody,
more breath into that.
that's right. Every time somebody says that word, you should rebuke it
Yep.
immediately.
Absolutely. And that's just the reality with these made up phrases. Because the law is so explicit. I mean, what are they up to now? Like 150 pages of law published per second?
Oh, there's no way to keep up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
There's no way to keep up. Absolutely.
By the
no
way,
Hey, welcome, brother Brian.
Welcome to the mountains of Colorado, by the way. I mean,
Yeah. Glad to have you.
so yeah, what we were discussing, this is why principles of law are so important. And we were talking about these profiteering gurus, they're out there saying, pay me $300 for my process, a certain unnamed individual. And I point blank told him, I said, you ain't trying to help nobody. I said, because the average family can't afford $300. I mean, look at Gene Keating. When Gene Keating did his classes, if he's still living, I've heard he's not, he charged $25. To me, that's not a bad price. You get 15, 20 people. It's worth your time for $25 a person. Now you're actually at a price range where the average person can get the help and get the understanding. But what do? They teach do my process. And then they don't teach you the principles. You can't keep up with those 150 laws a day because why? It's not worth it. If you learn the principles, you don't need to keep up with those laws.
Absolutely, you're right. But you have to understand, Pastor, that most people aren't principled. So they're not going into this situation trying to figure out what the principle is. They're just trying to get their debt discharged. And then they think that is equity. And I'm like, that's not equity, that's mercy. And there's a big difference between mercy and equity.
Correct.
I want to say thank you, Eric, for, helping me realize that, because I didn't know the difference between until the day that you showed me, what the difference between what it looks like on paper.
Yes.
And that really it struck a chord with me, and it made me have a completely different realization.
Yes,
So
and mercy is something,
appreciate
because I can have compassion for you just because I have compassion for all people. And that's how mercy kind of works, is there is passion for people. There really is. And like in your case, the judge really liked you, but you weren't in equity.
No, absolutely not. Well, I mean, I knew the second that I saw that the ticket was not dismissed and that I was still charged for it,
Yep.
I realized that, okay, he was really showing me mercy,
Yep.
because I was discovering equity, and he realized that, it wasn't that he probably saw that I was trying to be equitable, but at the same time I was being double-minded, but realized that, I had a good heart. So he gave me the opportunity to come up there and to deal with it in an equitable manner, so that he could judge my character, and see who I was. And that's when everything shifted when that happened with me. I just started going, okay, something else is going on and I'm not really doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Right. So it put me on a new path. So I want to say I appreciate that.
You're very well. And I appreciate you learning, because I beat dead horses with a stick. I try to resurrect the dead horse. I want people to learn this, and I keep repeating myself, and only a handful are able to actually grab the words I speak and go put it into use. And I'm really proud of you, because you have to step those uneven steps, those broken steps on your way to equity, to coming out of an at-law position. And you are at the mercy of the court. You are at the mercy of the magistrate, judge, or chancellor, whatever you decide to call him or what he is. And it's just one of those things. Once you become knowledgeable of that, then you can truly correct your next step. And that's why I'm really impressed with you, Jesse, because your next step is going to be into equity.
Hey, look, Jesse, I want to give praise, not just to you, but look at what somebody posted in my group today. He finally read the book. He said he's got 2 chapters left. He read the book that I tell people to read, Gilbert's Law Summary on Agency Partnerships and LLCs. And what did he do? He said, I've got 2 chapters left. And he said, I finally see what you're saying. And I said, I'm glad you finally see. And this guy, him and Eric bumped heads. Eric called me. He said, this guy I got a problem with him. And I said, give him time. He's a Marine. Marines are stubborn. Okay. Give him a chance. And we did. And now look, he's finally starting to see. It takes some people a little bit longer.
Well, we have a lifetime of minutia to go through, right? I mean, we've built up all these strongholds in our mind, and we have all these emotional attachments to the things that have gotten us to where we're at, and we feel like we've gotten the raw end of the deal, so it's hard to get over yourself when you think that everybody else that you're having this confrontation with is the one that's really instigating, right? When when you finally come to the realization that the real adversary is yourself, right? You're at war with yourself and you don't even know it. And the system was designed that way to put you in that state of influx. So you're always, you're designed to be, it was designed to make you agitated, just like when they changed the resonant frequency for what instruments used to be tuned at. It used to be all instruments were tuned to 432. And then in the 30s, they changed it to 442 or whatever it is now. So
all music changed.
Everything is put into an agitated state so that you never can find a semblance of real balance, so that you can move into equity, because equity is not being balanced. Equity is +1 or +1, right? And then I like to put another plus on the other side of that, so I supercharge it. So when I send it back, it's back with equity, not with a negative charge or just from a place of balance. Because if you discharged all your debts, right, you got rid of them all on the public side, is the national debt still there? Yes, it is. So just discharging your debt is not reaccrediting your estate, right? Reaccrediting your estate is what really helps balance the real books, which is the national debt. It's called national debt.
That means why is it a national debt though? Because they created this banking system. I had a great conversation with this very respectable gold and silver dealer today. And the guy's very profitable businessman. I'm not gonna, not give him his credit. Okay. Very honorable guy, in my opinion. Okay. I was watching one of his videos on TikTok where he talked about the bail-ins, and I commented and said, hey, they can take the money in the bail-ins because it's their money. I said, the problem is the people don't know what happened in 1933. And then I looked at his profile and he put his phone number on there because what's he do? Gold and silver dealer. I called him, and then, it went to voicemail. I left a voicemail. Then we started texting back and forth, and he said, call me tomorrow. I said, yes, sir. So we spent about an hour on the phone, and I went to breaking everything down that I show people. And he got it. He said everything started making sense. Why they can do what they do, because the national debt, for one, and you're operating that trust in the name of that business, and the trust is the property of the trustees. The trustees are just, they're doing what they're supposed to do to settle the debt, but the people don't recognize who they are in their relationship to it.
Well, they don't understand fundamentally what's going on, period. How can you understand what's really, your trustees are if you don't even know that there's a trust going on? Nobody understands that we're operating in trust. They only understand the commercial aspect of everything, which is, basically going back to that at-law position.
And I think something
And
really needs to be said. I think Dr. Jordan Peterson says it best, is people are afraid to give up their personality and knowledge today for the new knowledge at hand. You have to literally give up your way of thinking to gain more knowledge. You have to let go of the thought that you had it right yesterday.
Yep.
You have to let go of it to grab something else. It's super important. And we're so locked in on what we have today that few of us want to give up what we have today for a chance at getting something in the near future, in a second, in a minute, in an hour, tomorrow, next week. And you have to, if you think of it in principle, you have to give up something to get something. So give up your way of thinking that you're always right. Give that up, because you're probably always wrong in context, and reach out and grab something new. I yield.
Yeah, I mean, principle. I just shared a document with you. The other day, I commented on a TikTok video. Somebody put up this video of this guy talking about the fraud. They go out there, it's fraud. Where's the contract? And I said, he's flat wrong. I said, he's putting out bad information, because why? He's probably been taught the wrong things. Okay. I said, if you look at that document, if you want me to do share screen, or can you, Eric? I sent it to you on Telegram.
Yeah, I've got it up. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure I've got abilities here. Yep. Thank you, Floyd. Thanks, Jesse. Contract.
Now, this is Black's Law 11th edition, and I just want you to slowly scroll and read all the words, as in the boldface words, not the definitions, and just read through some of them. How many different types of contracts are there?
18 pages this instrument is.
Well, that's because it's all the definitions.
Yes. Absolute simulated contract, accessory contract, adhesion contract, aleatory contract, alternative contract, assessment contract, best efforts contract, and that was with a hyphen, best efforts, bilateral contract, blanket contract, bona fide contract, build to print contract, certain contract, close contract, close hyphen shop contract, collateral contract, commutative contract, conditional contract, conditional sales contract, consensual contract, construction contract, constructive contract, consumer contract, continuing contract, contract for deed, contract for sale, contract for services, contract implied in fact, contract implied in law, contract in restraint of trade, contract of adhesion, contract of effratement, contract of beneficence, contract of benevolence, contract of carriage, contract of employment, contract of indemnity, contract of insurance, contract of marriage, Contract of pledge, one of my favorites, guys. Contract of record. Contract of sale, contract of service, contract of subscription, contract of pledge, contract to satisfaction, contract to sell, contract, contract under hand, contract under seal. Very nice. Cost hyphen plus contract. Cost hyphen plus percentage of percentage hyphen of hyphen cost contract. Hyphen cost hyphen plus hyphen percentage hyphen of hyphen cost hyphen plus hyphen fee contract. De facto contract for sale. Dependent contract, deposit contract, design hyphen specification contract, destination contract, discharge contract, divisible contract, dual contract, let's see, e-contract for electronic guys, employment contract, engineering, procurement, and construction contract, entire contract, entire hyphen output contract, escrow contract, ooh, I like that one, evergreen contract, exclusive contract, hey, there you go, Hamilton, there's something with exclusive in it, executed contract, executory contract, let's see, express contract, financial contract, fixed hyphen price contract, formal contract, form contract, forward contract, futures contract, gambling contract, government contract, gratuitous contract, grub stake contract, guaranteed hyphen sale contract, guaranteed contract, hazardous contract, hedging contract, hypothetical contract, illegal contract, illusory contract, immoral contract, implied contract, implied hyphen in hyphen fact contract, implied hyphen in hyphen law contract, impossible contract, indemnity contract, independent contract, indivisible contract, inferred contract, informal contract, innominate contract, installment contract, installment land contract, integrated contract, interstate contract, invalid contract, investment contract, joint contract, land sales contract, lien contract, letter contract, leverage contract, literal contract, lump hyphen sum contract, marine contract, maritime contract, marketing contract, marriage contract, mixed contract, mutual contract, naked contract, nominate contract, nude contract, nugatory contract, onerous contract, open contract, option contract, oral contract. Where's the contract? It was spoken, people. Oral contract, output contract, parole contract, pay hyphen or play or hyphen play contract, performance contract, primitive contract, personal hyphen care contract, personal contract. Notice these hyphens change the whole thing. Personal hyphen services contract, pignorative contract, pre-contract, principal contract, and that's PAL, guys, private contract, procurement contract, public contract, quasi contract, quasi hyphen contract, real contract, reciprocal contract, recorded contract, referral sales contract, relative simulated contract, requirements contract, retail installment contract, sale contract, satisfaction contract, schedule of rates, schedule of rates contract, sealed contract, self determination contract, service contract, servable contract, shipment contract, simple contract, simulated contract, special contract, specialty contract, spot contract, standard form contract, statutory contract, stock option contract, subcontract. Whoa, subcontract, subscription contract, substituted contract, supply contract, synalgematic contract, tacit contract, take it or leave it contract. That was take it or leave it with all hyphens contract. Take or pay contract. Task order contract. Third party beneficiary contract. Tonnage contract. Turnkey contract. Unconscionable contract. Unenforceable contract. Let's see, unilateral contract, unit price contract, valid contract, variable
Bilateral,
annuity
unilateral.
contract. Say again, Jess?
I said bilateral. I didn't see that one. You had
No,
unilateral.
I've seen that. Verbal contract, voidable contract, void contract. Let's see, voluntary contract, wagering contract,
Wow.
written contract, yellow dog contract.
Ooh, we're gonna look that one up. That's
Oh
interesting.
man, that dog don't hunt.
No, I
do.
don't. So, before Pastor jumps
No.
in here, I was gonna say that there's minimal contact contract.
Yeah,
Okay, it kind of
that's what establishes the contract.
That's right. It's the minimal contact contract. See, they didn't really put it in there, but they did put it in there. So, I'm always talking about eliminating these minimal contacts. And some of these minimal contacts have to deal with minor disabilities that have been attached to the estate itself. And some of them are hidden,
Yeah.
and some of them are obvious. And you're going to have to figure out what those minimal contacts are, or disabilities, whatever term you want to use. They're synonymous in this sense. And
If you
start working.
remember under the definition of infancy that I showed last week on the definition in Anderson's Law Dictionary 1889, what did it say about privileges? The privileges are the disabilities.
Yep, absolutely.
Now, what does that mean, guys? Privileges and immunities is usually what we see in the Constitution. And what that means is that you have privileges because of a contract, aka
Right.
Yep.
the Constitution.
Now, the reason why yes, that was a long, boring list of contracts. So these people out there saying, where's the contract? Show me the wedding signature. How many of those contracts require a signature? So you don't know the answer to that. Not every contract requires a signature.
It's written, oral, expressed, or implied.
Contract. That's right. An implied contract don't require a signature. It just requires actions. And this is why these gurus out there saying, show me the contract. Well, they don't even know how many types of contracts there are.
Right. You would think that if they're going to say, show me the contract, at least have some context to it, what type of contract we're dealing with, so that you can structure, how you're going to make the rebuttal, around that, instead of just going, show me the contract. You haven't even expressed which type of contract we're talking about here. Express, written, or oral. I mean, obviously you're limited on your capacity to think for yourself here.
Well, and some contracts will be multiple different types. An implied contract can also be an adhesion contract. You can have multiple types of contracts in one contract.
Absolutely. There was another
So-
word on there that was pretty cool too. It said illusory contract. Well, I went and looked it up real fast, and what that is that's tied to your surname. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Yeah. And don't forget
Wow.
about the subcontract, guys. How many men out there are subcontractors?
Well, not only that, under the law of agency that I teach, operation of law, it may not be expressly put in the mortgage contract, but by operation of law, you are appointing the mortgage company as a sub-agent. Reason why they're allowed only a special agent, because now they can go create those accounts called escrows and other investment accounts, whatever, in trust.
Yeah, you give them power of attorney to be executor, have executive power decisions on behalf of the estate.
Well, that's right. This is why now, yeah, some of this bad teaching out there. Yeah, if you know the that doesn't mean you're going to achieve the goal you were after. You might have victories, because hey, even a blind hog can find a nut on occasion.
Everybody deserves mercy, right? Sometimes the Father gives it to you, and sometimes He doesn't.
That's right.
Well, and I
So
think in your case, where the judge allowed you to come sit with him was testing your spirit to see, how you're going to perform next time. And like I told you, these men are savvy. They usually have really incredible backgrounds, and they're sniffing you. They're wondering what your weight is, what you are made of. And the only way they're going to know is how you open your mouth and how you present yourself or your presents.
Right?
It's so
Absolutely.
important.
Your testimony and your deeds.
Yeah.
That's what
So
it all boils
yeah.
down to, testimony and your deeds.
Are you an honorable person or a dishonorable person?
Yes.
And the majority of the people, no offense to those listening, most people are dishonorable, and a lot of times they don't even realize it.
I was just going to say that they're not even, they have no clue that they just double spoke.
We're all guilty of it, and we all do it all the time to certain degrees. So, we're not really trying to bash on anybody. We're just trying to help everybody come to the realization that the problem is in between your ears and the way that you think
Yes.
and the way that you make your presentments.
Well, yes, and I'm not bashing anybody either. See, go look at how the media portrays words. For just like I talk about this video every so often, that this was in Congress. Dianne Feinstein was talking to Anton Scalia over the transgender bathroom debate, right? And they got into how under the 14th Amendment you can't discriminate. And at the end of the video, he says, but private discrimination is legal. See, we turned the word discrimination into something terrible. But think about it for a second. I give the example. I discriminate against McDonald's. Every chance I get, I discriminate against McDonald's. I will refuse to eat there unless I have no other choice. Because as a truck driver, I have a 70-foot vehicle. It's not like I can get it in a lot of places. So, so discrimination itself is not really a bad word. Just like dishonorable isn't always a bad connotation. For example, that trust that was created by an implied contract as an implied agency, they told you on their documents, you are the holder, not the holder in due course. You're just the holder. They told you it was their property, but what are you doing? You're trespassing on their rights because we're running around here acting like we're the decision makers. You don't realize the dishonor you're creating because of that. And that's where you're innocent in it because of lack of knowledge. And that's what I mean when I say that we've acted dishonorably, because we didn't even realize it. We didn't read it. We didn't analyze it. Critical thinking.
Yeah.
Well, there was no principles that were ever taught. We got sent to the principal. We never were taught in school what it meant to be the principal.
Yes, well said. And guys, don't forget, you walk into any store, especially if they serve alcohol, and they have the right to refuse service. That's discrimination.
That's right.
And every business can tell you, yeah, I don't want to do business with you.
And then don't turn around and get mad. They
Yep.
exercise their rights.
Absolutely. Well,
Just
And
respect their rights.
Going back to what Pastor was saying, you know, and this whole premise of what we're talking about, which is contracts. Everything under the sun is a contract. When you breathe in a breath of air and breathe it out, your will, okay, to survive is telling your body to continue to do its involuntary things that it's doing. When you put food in your mouth, okay, well, you've just now made a contract because it's going to be going somewhere and doing something at the end of the line. So you keep it in mind that everything is a contract. Everything. And I yield.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, I say this for out. Most people out there don't care about rights. They only care when it applies to them. Okay, look at, no offense, any ladies listening, but the majority of the divorces are started by women. Okay, and then what do? They want child support. And then what do? They keep the child from the father. And all they talk about is their rights. They want this. But if you don't protect his rights, guess what you do in turn? You reap what you sow. You, in turn, at some point, or you're going to run into a situation where your rights are lost. See, we're guilty of talking about our rights, but we did not protect our neighbors' rights. And then the government passes laws based on that lack of protection. And then one day it's your turn. And then that day comes and you talk about how the government's violating your rights. Well, guess what? You reap what you sow. You didn't care about that man's rights. So guess what? It's your turn.
Right. And there's no one to speak there on your behalf because you didn't
and
speak on anyone else's behalf.
Let's not forget that a trust is a contract.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A trust is a contract, and it can be implied or expressed. Again, speaking or written, a trust can be formed. It's a contract.
Well, let's analyze the Fifth Amendment, how you have the right to not self-incriminate. People think that only means what they speak. Well, it actually goes to what you write also.
Oh, it goes deeper than that, Pastor. There was a case in Houston that happened where this guy had a party at his house, and this case set a new president in the Supreme Court. He has a party at his house. Somebody gets shot with a shotgun. They bring him down to the station to interrogate him. He didn't say not one word, but they recorded the whole thing. And every time they asked him a question, his body language changed. Well, somehow or another, they convinced the judge to allow that to be admissible. And the jury, he took it to jury trial, and they found him guilty based upon his body language.
Yeah.
What he did was he appealed, took it to the Supreme Court here in Texas. They ruled against him. Then he took it to the Supreme Court. And see, this is how I learned about this information. And I'll kind of reveal that a little bit.
Now, Brother Jesse, look up this word. It's called indicia. INDECIA.
All right, I'll look that up.
Anything perceivable to man.
See, so Supreme Court ruled that in order for you to have the right to remain silent, you must unequivocally invoke it.
You have to express it.
You have to say, I unequivocally invoke my right to remain silent, or you don't have the right to remain silent. It has to be that. You have to use their verbiage.
Yep.
If you don't express it, and you just choose to not talk, the reason why that is applicable is silence is acquiescence.
Yep. And you're already under minimal contact, most likely, right? Just through the basic, you having the contract of being born here and having the real estate, mirror your name.
Yeah, I mean, if you say I'm not going to talk and you just don't talk no more, that's not going to protect your rights. You have to express the right, because if you don't know it, you lose it. And
Well,
the Fifth Amendment is also a fighting clause. I've got a court case that says it's a fighting clause. If you use family court as an example, how many times have people tried to exercise the Fifth Amendment? The judge says, oh, you can't do that in this case. That don't apply here. So in this case, it says, if you are tricked by the honeyed words of a judge, you lose the right. Honey.
wow.
Honey is something sweet. So
Right.
if you are tricked by the honeyed words of the judge, you lose the right.
Oh,
But
brother
most
Brian, you
people
gotta
are
share
not
that.
willing. Most people are not willing to fight for that right to the point of going to jail for contempt. It's the only way you're going to keep it sometimes.
Yeah,
How
absolutely.
far are you willing to fight?
Isn't that the truth?
Last one off the field wins.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yes. When I got pulled over, I was watching Eddie Craig, and then I discovered that case citation. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna use it instead of just not saying anything. So when I did, the police officer, he tried to turn it around on me, and he said, well, the Supreme Court says that you have to give 2 out of the 3 identifying elements when you're under arrest. And I went, well, I'm not under arrest, am I? And he goes, no. And I goes, well, then that means I'm being detained. And if I'm being detained, then I unequivocally invoke my right to remain silent. Can you go ahead and go get your supervisor?
Uh-huh.
Now, I still went to jail, but the reason why is because they were going to tow my car, and I should have just let them tow the car. That's what I should have done. Right.
Yep.
And then
Choose your battles.
choose your
I
battles.
think we should spend a little time on this thought, because you immediately, because you've got new eyes now you've got your equity eyes. You just said, what? Maybe I should have let him tow my car. Why,
Yep.
Jesse?
Well, because a few reasons, but the first one, the main one, is that they're always trying to get the whole pie, right? That is the plan from start to finish when you're
Awesome.
dealing with these
Yep.
authorities. They're always trying to get the whole pie. So for them to leave you a little slice is very difficult. Give them what? Render unto Caesar what is Caesar, so that your ass can go home. Because if they take you to jail, they're going to take the car anyways, right? So you're still going to have to pay to get the car out, but it's better to not be in jail and have to pay that fine too. Pick and choose your battles.
And another thing that I do if I get pulled over, I'll just immediately call my towing company. Literally, I'll just call my towing company, and once there's an order to tow that vehicle, they can't go out of order usually because of their laws and ordinances, because of free trade in the towing industry. So they actually have numbered system where they keep filing through. So if you call the tow first on your vehicle, that usually means you're a winner.
Well, not only that, if you just went ahead and chose that battle and let them tow it, now you can come back later on the seizure of property without just compensation.
Yeah, absolutely. You come back and get the estate reaccredited. Get our credits back.
Yeah.
Let's have some equity here.
And the strange part is, when you start looking at it, credit is actually the debt side, and debit is actually the other side.
Well, if you read what a closed account is in Black's 11th, it tells you that a closed account is where no more credits or debits are added. I said,
Yep.
wait a minute.
Are added.
Both sides are added? Yes, because there's two sides to the ledger.
Yep.
Expound on that a little bit more, Pastor.
Well, there's four sides to a ledger. You've got a closed account is only closed to where credits and debits are no longer added. But what else is it? It remains open for adjustment and set off. Now, what is the Social Security account? I have an email that point blanks the financial institution admitted you cannot use a closed account. This is where a friend of mine, that people have tried that whole thing, and I don't recommend it, is using a bank routing number in the social to try to settle the debt. Well, guess what? It goes through, you get a confirmation number, blah, 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 and it gets reversed in 7 days. Well, the reason why it's getting reversed is because ACH is on the credit and debit side, not the other side. So this financial institution told this lady, she said, hey, you're not allowed to use a closed account. I said, bingo. They set up the Social Security trust account as a closed account for set off. But because we're not looking at the right people, guess what happens? You're acting as a gratuitous agent and think it's all your liability, and they'll let you.
So there's a credit and a debit side on the public side, and then a credit and debit
And
on the
and
on the
there's
private side.
Yeah, well,
adjustment
because the
and
line
set
moves
off
up and
on
down.
the private side.
Yeah, it moves up and down both ways. It moves up and down
Yeah, it makes sense, right? 'Cause
on
it goes
both sides
positive,
of the
negative.
zero.
It goes positive or to you, negative from a positive. No, it's the other way around. It's inverted. That's crazy. It makes sense though. I mean, if that's how they're going to do the books, right?
Yeah, negative and positive credit, negative and positive debit.
Ah, so it's debit on the private side. Is what you're saying. Public debit and then a private. I mean, I can't even say it right. A positive and a negative, and then a positive into a negative.
Yes, yeah.
It's getting me confused, but I'm catching what you're saying here. Well, I guess it's really two positives. If you want to look at it from a debit side, from the private side, it's a
I was
positive.
gonna say, draw it out like I teach you to fold an 8.5 by 11 or 8.5 by 14 paper in half the long way, and then the short way. Unfold it, draw the longest line on the crease, put arrows on it, draw a little crosshatch in the middle there, and put a 0. And everything left is going to be public, and it's also going to be credit. And then everything from that 0 mark right is going to be that debit and private. But when you're using or spending those monies during the business day, when it turns midnight, if you're on that private side, it returns to that 0 line, to 0, and it doesn't pass into the public from 0 to public. It's a great way to look at it when you write it out. I'll try to make one up on the computer and post it for you guys the next few days.
Yeah, that would be awesome if we had a diagram so that we could see it
Well,
visually. Breaking up. You're breaking up.
I said there's a whiteboard.
Yes, Pastor Brian, there is a whiteboard. Right now, I'm a little bit pressed on technology. My body's not working like I wanted to, so I'm kind of stuck in a half working position today.
So you're halfway in the position.
Yeah, exactly. I'm halfway
haven't-
there and halfway not there, and I'm not exactly sure where it is.
Right. I understand that.
Well, I've
I'm
got
not-
barely use of my right hand, and I've got minimal use of my left arm. So I'm literally just barely able to move the mouse today.
It hurts just to cough. My lower back has been killing me.
Ouch.
Feel like somebody took a hammer and just hit me right in my lower lumbar. Forgot how much it affects my body trying to dig a hole. Well, I guess we may have lost Pastor altogether. Looks like he dropped out. Where you at, Pastor?
Let's see, what else is on our list today, guys? Oh, yeah, I wanted to give you guys attention. I dropped a declaration because I have two different A declarations. I want to make sure that you guys saw that when I dropped it.
What were you declaring?
No,
This is the
it's
original
not for you.
1776 A declaration, and I've got 3 out of the 200, or 2 out of 200. I can't recall. Give me a second. I'll repost them here in a second.
By the way, Eric, I'm going to send you that court case I talked about.
Oh, yes, please.
I will not disclose who the person is, and I don't even know who, what, I don't know. He actually did an affidavit and he stated 5 things. Don't ask me what he stated. I can't remember it all word for word, but I told him I didn't agree with some of his statements, but it worked. He sent the affidavit to and this guy is a former judge. That's all I'm going to say. He sent the affidavit to the probate court. They sent him back a letter and said, your guardianship file has been closed.
And that's what most people say collapsing the trust is. And they
No,
just,
it's
it's not that. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
that's just a removal of the minor disabilities on the trust so that you have full access to it. That's why I keep talking about this minimal. I'm sorry, I keep talking about the these minor disabilities because we have to wrap our minds around what they are.
I don't necessarily agree that it's a minor disability because the trust is always going to be a minor. What it does, it changes your position.
There you go.
Well, that's what the disability is your position, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we're really saying the same thing. I'm just keep going back to that.
Yeah,
that
and some
verbiage.
people would use the word status. Yep. Yep.
Well,
some people would
status.
say, whoa, you changed your status. Not
No.
yet. Not
No.
yet.
You don't change anything. They change your status
Right.
because you're showing yourself to be competent.
And,
So we walked him through yesterday on what he needs to do next to perfect that closing of the guardianship file, because what it's closed to is they are no longer in the position of guardian over the estate. Now he has to perfect his interest to take over as guardian or conservator.
Yeah,
Well,
I touched on that a little bit at the beginning of the show before you guys got on with Floyd. And I was asking him about how long, when you make the claim, would you have to post it in the public, because you have to follow the order of operations to perfect the gift.
well, this has to do with assignment and pledge.
Now you should have
Look
that court
those
case,
words
by
up.
the way.
What's that, brother?
US versus Wheels. I just sent it to you.
Yes, thank you. I just got it.
If you want to pull it up, you can show some of the quotes where they talk about that. And yes, the honeyed words, phrases in there and everything.
I'm gonna take care of it. I'll get it.
Hey, take it away, Pastor.
I can't. I'm still 111 miles from my destination.
I forgot. That's right. Let's see. What words are we looking for? Attorneys and law.
Fighting clause. Start with that.
Say again.
Fighting clause.
Oh, yes, fighting clause. Damn.
Because if you find that, the paragraph is going to give you the whole breakdown. There's a couple of paragraphs in there.
Fighting clause. Here we go. And it's coming up once. The privilege against self-incrimination is neither accorded to the passive resistant nor the person who is ignorant of his rights, nor to the one indifferent thereto. Man, there's a lot of people in that category. Oh, that doesn't apply to me. Yeah, it is a fighting clause. Its benefits can be retained only by sustained combat. It cannot be claimed by attorney or solicitor. It is valid only when insisted upon by a belligerent claimant in person. Woo! The one who is persuaded by honeyed words or moral suasion to testify or produce documents rather than make a last-ditch stand simply loses the protection. Once he testifies as to part, he has waived his right and must on cross-examination or otherwise testify as to the whole transaction, and he must refuse to answer or produce and test the matter in contempt proceedings or by habeas corpus. Wow.
Now, what did it say in there? It said something key. It used the word documents, did it not? So does the Fifth Amendment only apply to what you say, or does it also apply to your documents, what you write, how you act?
Key word is produce. Absolutely. You produce evidences. And so they're saying that or produce documents rather than make a last ditch stand. So it looks like they're equal. The word or the production of an instrument or a document looks like they're equal here.
Yeah, they're all covered under the Fifth Amendment. Go back to the Fourth Amendment. What does it say? The protection of in your houses, plural, your effects, plural, your persons, plural. Well, how many persons can you create?
Yeah, so many. You can create fictions till the cows come home.
Yeah. Now, that wasn't every term they used, but I don't know them off the top of my head right quick. But if you notice in the Fourth Amendment, every one of those terms is plural. So the founding fathers understood that you can create all of these things and they're to be protected. The problem is the people keep waiving their protections. Because why? Oh, I might go to jail. Oh, that person has a gun. Oh, that man in that black robe might yell at me. Then you know what? Continue to be a voluntary slave. And yeah, I may sound like I'm being crass, but I've walked that avenue until I learned this. Now they put their pants on the same way I do.
That's a great way to look at it. These men and women in uniform are just men and women. The only difference is a uniform. Good and bad.
Yeah, they're just doing it. Yeah, they're just doing their job.
Yep.
Don't treat them like they're the enemy. be respectful, be honorable. When I got that ticket for a missing mud flap, I was totally honorable to the officer. I even thanked him for pulling me over and letting me know I was missing a mud flap. And I told the judge when I took it to trial, I said, look, I was totally honorable and respectful to this officer. I even thanked him for letting me know it was missing. And he looked at the state trooper and said, is that true? He said, you know, surprisingly, yes, he's telling the truth. That is how he acted. He said, I was shocked. Because why? Most people go in there and try to hold court on the side of a road, argue with the officer. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. Don't hold court on the side of the road. Just take what he gives you and handle your own affairs the way you're supposed to. That's part of becoming competent.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of my tools in my pocket is the scriptures. Do you know why I pulled you over today? Yes. To talk about the Most High. And I immediately go into the scriptures, and I just thank him for being there to, you know, from one man to another to discuss the things that are on my mind today. Thank you very much.
You've been smoking today, sir.
I am telling you, I've had more cops been like, okay, I'm done with the sermon, dude. Just get that fixed, or just slow down and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
That's awesome.
Well,
Wow.
just because they asked the wrong question to the right guy. You know, you can't ask me, why do you think I pulled you over? I was like, to listen to me preach to you? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Yeah, stand right there. Here's a card. And then I immediately hand them a card because, you know, as soon as you hand them and they accept it, now we're talking, you got a contract.
That's right. Absolutely. That's why they don't ever want to take anything from you. Nope. They refuse. They won't do it. So you slide it in there with your little license, and they don't see it. So you hand it, they take both of them.
Honestly, it's literally a slip of hand. I'll have both of them there, and I'll just pull out the bottom one and hand it to him. While his eyes are looking at the other, his hand is grabbing the one he doesn't want.
Wow, that's hilarious.
It happens every time when you do a sleight of hand on these guys. And the reason why is because they're so hyper-focused.
Right. Yeah, they're trying to look for every little detail they can. So you use the bait and switch.
Yep. So I use their hyper-focus to bait and switch them. And they immediately get into a contract. And they're like, oh, I don't want this. I was like, oh, okay. And then you know what I do? I grab it and I hand them another one.
That's hilarious.
Hey. I had to put my cat down yesterday, right? Because she was having seizures way too much. But when we took her to the first vet appointment, I was out in Arizona. Now, my mud flaps was flapping in the wind on the tractor. I dropped the trailer so I could PC to the vet for personal conveyance. Well, the state trooper saw the mud. And I looked in my mirror when I passed him and I saw him start moving. And I knew right then, he's pulling me over. Sure enough, he pulled me over. Now, in trucking, what they do, because it's on the side of a highway, and they do this to other people too, they come to the passenger side. So what did I do? I rolled the window down. He says, can you open the door? I said, no, sir. Why not? I said, you hear my dog? He said, oh. He tried to climb up on the door. Well, the mirror wouldn't stay in place, so he wasn't able to do that. He said, come on now, open the door. I said, no, sir. I said, I do not want my cat or my dog to jump out of the truck. And my dog loves people. She will come to you. And he said, okay, since you don't want your animals to risk jumping out, can I come around to the other side? I said, yes, sir. He was trying to escalate the situation because I wouldn't open the door.
Yeah.
He tried to escalate. Now, I could tell he was trying to escalate it because of the words he was using, but I stood my ground and I was polite. And I said, he said, I pulled you over for your mud flap. I said, I'm already aware of that. I ain't got a problem with that. he can't write me a ticket on it because the law doesn't say he can. And he didn't. I said, I wouldn't even be out here if it wasn't for the vet. He said, what do you mean? I said, my cat's having seizures and I got a medical emergency. He come around to the passenger side and I opened the door. I said, you hear my cat? Oh, he said, well, then I'm going to make this quick so you can get on your way and get to the vet. He totally changed his tune. He said, I'm only going to do a level 3. And he did a level 3. He said, look,
That's
I'll
awesome.
email the paperwork to your office. I'm not even going to hold you up. You get to the vet. See, how you handle yourself on the side of the road will change the way they treat you.
Bring in equity. You get equity when you bring equity. Yeah, and you know, I one time I got pulled over. I was doing like a $114 in a 65 or 75. I think it was in a 65. And I was in a brand new Dodge pickup truck, Cummins diesel, and I had the sales guy in the right front seat with me. And I was just giving her hell, you know, figure out if I was going to buy this truck. I want to see what it'd do on the highway. And the state patrol pulls me over. I pull over really well, you know, no problem, safely, signal, the whole 9 yards. He comes up there and there's an officer tagging along with him, a woman officer. And he asked me a question and I frankly answered him. And the gal rolled her eyes and kind of, you know, coughed or snorted like she didn't believe me. And I looked right at her and then I looked back at him. I said, that's very unbecoming of an officer. And he looks at me, he's like, give me 1 second. They both walked back to the car. He talked to her, came back up and is like, you know, looks like you got everything, you know, why don't you keep it under the speed limit this time. He gave me a ticket for doing like 85 and a 65 or 85 and a 75, which was super calm because anything over 100 or 114, they get pretty serious. They want to put you in jail. They want to do a lot of things to you. And just because I said what this officer said was unbecoming of an officer, and I was just dead silent and dead serious, that officer went and took time out to straighten that officer. And I guess she was a rookie and being trained. And he came back and was completely nice to me. And of course, the sales guy is, you know, wanting to call his boss. And I was like, listen, don't call your boss. It's just a state patrol guy. He just wants a few things. No big deal. And that's exactly what went down. It took me about 5 minutes. That was it.
Yeah.
All because bring equity. Hold
Yep,
them to the
bring
highest.
equity.
Hold them
Yeah.
to the highest. Raise the bar, guys. Raise the bar, because when you raise the bar, they have to perform.
Now,
Talk about
Jesse,
contracts, performance contract. Raise the bar, and they have to perform.
now, Jesse, you're at your computer, right?
Yes.
Open up Floyd's channel, open up YouTube. Since you're actually here to moderate, look at the comments. People are probably going to ask questions and have questions in the comments.
Says,
And we'll get it, and we'll get everything ready for comments. Plus, we'll get everything ready for the call-in line if you want here shortly. Now, Eric, you had a document that you had on your mind you called me about the other day. You want to bring that federal document up?
Okay, which one was that, brother?
I don't remember. You told me the other day. Let me go look. I think you posted it in a private chat, or you called me and told me about it. And I even called you yesterday and said, now, what was the name of that document again?
I can't remember.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to AFK just a minute. I'll be right back, all right?
All right,
You go right ahead.
let's see. I can't recall, brother. You're gonna have to give me something to chew on.
Then maybe you'll remember. But right now, no. I know it was some federal document dealing with something you called me about the other day.
I can't remember, but something I want to turn you on to and the listeners onto is the sunshine laws and the sunshine manuals out there. Florida 2021 has an incredible sunshine manual. And sunshine laws are about open records. And if you just go into your
Also,
Google,
ain't they also called Blue Sky?
yes, I don't know if I've seen blue sky in the hunts that I've done, but it usually refers to sunshine or clear sky or whatever, I'm sure.
No, it's because it's called Blue Sky laws. I think
Let me
also
take a look.
I've actually got access to the Blue Sky laws in every state. And the Blue Sky laws have a lot to do with contracts and securities also. Oh, these mountains are beautiful out here in Colorado. Just too much white stuff.
Yeah. What temperature you got down there in the south? We've got about 36 degrees up here, North Fork Collins.
It's nice. It's nicer where you're at. It's 23 here. I think I'm only like 4 hours away from you. I'm out here about 93 miles from Pecos Street in Denver.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right off of 70.
Yep. That's an easy truck there.
Delivery in the morning at 6 a.m. So I hope I do not get a surprise tomorrow and they say, oh, well, you don't have an appointment. What? I've had all week to get an appointment. Y'all dropped the ball. Freaking brokers are booking loads as fast as they can and not even able to get appointments all the time. Okay, Volvo, if you want to, please come over. Why are you waiting to the last minute? You see your lane is closed. And when I say Volvo, I'm not talking about a truck driver. I'm talking about a little four-wheeler. So you said you're going to bring up the sunshine laws in Florida?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now in Floyd's.
I don't, oh, you're talking about on Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm posting it in the Telegram chat for everyone. Let's see.
Now, if you're not in Floyd's group on Telegram, I highly recommend you going there, because during these shows, we'll be, Eric and occasionally me, will be posting a lot of things that we talk about in the group. So you can like go behind us and read it for yourself. You should never listen to anyone teaching that you do not go behind them and verify their information to the best of your ability. The Bible says, don't put your trust in no man, because when you do, you're going to get yourself in trouble. I tell people all the time, don't trust what I say. That's why I give you the source information so you can read it for yourself. I just tell you what I believe.
Absolutely. And you need to surround yourself with wise counsel. But whatever you do, be discerning and use your own judgment, no one else's. So this one, so I put government in the Sunshine Manual. It's 377 pages. It's a 2022 edition, volume 44. And it's just an awesome manual, no matter what state you're in. This is a great manual just to read through and comprehend the extent of the knowledge that's contained in these. I'll tell you, every time I read something that I never read in another state, it always leads me back to the state that I'm interested in with the perfected words that I was looking for.
Yeah.
Model laws because
Yes.
of model words.
Well, go pull up, what is it? The uniformlaws.org or something like that. It will blow your mind how many uniform laws there are that you don't even know existed.
Yeah, and the Uniform Law Commission is one of the best places to be knowledged in, because this is the body that creates these things.
Now, we're talking about model law and stuff. Don't worry about going in different states and looking for things. Learn the application, okay? See, a lot of people in this community, they will have a court case going on and they'll write their petition, brief, motion, whatever, and they will cite court cases that are outside the jurisdiction they're in. Now, can you do that? Yes, you can, but you cannot make it your argument. You can only make it part of your argument for like legislative intent, okay? Because look, when you're talking to the judge and you say, well, blah, blah, state statute, in these other states, the courts understood it to mean blah, 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 see these citations. So it can be presumed logically under the supremacy clause and under the principles of law and the Constitution of the state that our legislature understood it to mean the same thing. That's how you do it when you use outside jurisdiction cases. You cannot use them as authority. Unless it's your circuit court for your jurisdiction or your district court at the federal level or the Supreme Court, then you can. The Supreme Court, you use that all over the country. Your district or your circuit has to be within your jurisdiction. That is where the authority lies. When I say use those things properly, you're beholden to those things. Those are the rules, those are the cases, those are the legislators that in this jurisdiction. And it is not maritime law, it is not law of the sea on the land. That drives me crazy.
Yeah, well said until you broke off, Brian. Are you there yet?
No.
Okay.
I got one bar.
Hey, I want to chime in here for a second while Pastor is breaking up. I wanted to go back to talking about what contract was for just a second, and how a lot of people don't understand what rights really are. And how I discovered what a right really meant, not what I thought it was, is when I was doing some research on flat Earth. I know this is going to sound kind of silly, so guys, don't think that I'm losing my mind here. But you know, certain things can make you have different realizations, and sometimes you have to go down the rabbit hole and see something from a completely different perspective in order to shift your perspective. So, in the course of reading, can you hear me, Eric?
Yeah, I've got you 5 by 5.
Okay, so I started reading and it started talking about, you know, how the earth is flat and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, so what's really going on here? Is this a psyop? You know, and then I realized that this has really been an argument that's been going on forever, right? Heliocentric versus geocentric. So I put it in those terms instead of, you know, round or flat, round or flat. I tried to think how they were thinking back then. And inside of there, it says that the earth, you know, in the Bible, that it has 4 corners. And I was like, okay, it's 4 corners guarded by 4 archangels. And I was like, archangel, you mean angle? And then I thought, an angle? Well, an angle is 90 degrees. And we're always signing at the bottom right-hand side of this flat, plain, one-dimensional thing and putting our signature on it on the bottom right-hand side. So I realized that this thing was a psyop in the terms of trying to get people to be even more confused about what rights are, right? Because God has given us a square to stand in, right? And or earth, right, which is an anagram for your heart and earth. So basically the solid ground that he has given you to stand on, which is your square. So everything is based upon that square and the 4 corners rule, right? So angels are archangels, and it all comes down from the angels above down to the lower planes into angles, 90 degrees. So that's why the queen signed at the top right-hand side of the paper, because everything underneath it, she is not privy to. We sign on the bottom right-hand side, and everything that we agree to is above it. You know, so rights are really about contracts. Some of them are written, some of them are oral, some of them are implied, some of them are expressed. And it's all about this concept of where you stand in your square. And I yield.
Yeah. Hey, it's I'm this really big old mountain here on 70 is what I'm climbing. That's why I lost everything.
Don't lose your mind.
My wife says I lost that a long time ago.
She's got it locked up. Waiting for you to come home.
I know. So now you got YouTube open so you can follow the chat, Jesse. People might have questions.
Yeah, do we have any questions or comments? I just posted the Taiwanese Relations Act of 1979 because last night in Cite Your Authority in Wednesday night class, we went over the Taiwanese Act. And a lot of people are very unfamiliar that Taiwan is a corporation of the United States.
Yeah, go to the SEC, look them up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And
Canada,
I'll tell you,
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, if you take a look at this instrument, this is the CIA released instrument in 2008, and it's just got jam-packed full of facts and knowledge about Taiwan. And why I did it is because, you know, this is real pertinent knowledge to what's going on in the global community today. And if anyone has that type of interest, it's in Fearless Floyd's chat right now.
I just put up a video on YouTube and Rumble the other day. This guy on TikTok, he's up there talking about 28 USC 3002 paragraph 15A that the United States is a corporation. So I commented back and I said, you're misapplying that code. And then he decided to do a video comment to my thing. He says, I don't know how many times I've got to do this. It's like I'm scolding children. I just put my video up and I said, oh, you scolding the wrong one now, Bubba.
I just looked through that exact same thing in the chat this morning at Floyd's chat. I don't know who posted it, but they're trying to post 3002, and I'm like, you have to post 3001 first.
Yep.
Yep. to get the context.
3001 and 3003 are important.
Yep. For context.
It gives you your scope and your applicability.
Yes.
Guess what? Yes, the United States does operate as a corporation. Is it treasonous? No.
Nope.
Is it illegal? No. But there is a certain limited scope they can do
Correct.
that. And
Yeah.
that is only if they are in the position of a debt collector. Are they always collecting a debt? No. That means they're not always a corporation. That's why people are teaching the wrong things. Now, I will give Eon credit. He's the one that brought this to my attention. Under Title 15, the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, you can read many court cases that talk about that Title 15, the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, does not apply to the IRS. Why? Because under the 14th Amendment, you cannot argue the public debt.
Bingo.
But what is Title 28? This is the rules the administrative judges or admiralty jurisdiction, these are the rules they have to follow. So what is Chapter 176? That's the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. No, it's the Fair Debt Collection Procedures Act. These are the procedures the judges have to follow. So when you go into court talking about it's a corporation, blah, 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 and you're misapplying it, that's why they're looking at you crazy. That's why they're calling you sovereign citizens, because you're listening to the wrong people. That's why you should go look at it. What section is it in? That's Chapter 176. Okay, what's the scope? What's the applicability? Because these are the rules they have to follow. And yes, there are court cases that do say they actually do kind of waive certain amount of sovereignty when they do it. Do they waive all sovereignty? No.
Well, we lost Pastor away.
See, people are copying and pasting what people say.
There you go.
No, I'm still here.
We got you back.
People copying and pasting what their teachers are. Yeah, people are copying and pasting what Anna Von Reeds, David Strait, Bobby Lawrence. Joys of trucking. Like I said, they're supposed to, let me tell you what actually brought it home to me.
What's that?
I actually had a website up one time. Right now, I don't have it up because I'm redoing everything. But somebody took the information I had on my website and they copied and pasted it to their court document. And then an acquaintance of mine who runs a group also, she says, look here. I said, the word's getting out. They copied and pasted what you had on your article into their document. And I'm like, that right there put it in my mind. It says, look, I got to hold myself to a higher standard, because if people are going to take what I say as the gospel and just copy and paste, it better be accurate, not this crap stuff that's out there. That's why I do my best to make sure I verify everything. If it's a bad citation, I'm going to let you know.
And yeah, recently we found several of them, and they seem to be purposeful. People actually making stuff up as a bad joke.
honestly, just because I'm a conspiracy theorist doesn't mean they're not out to get me, or as the proper
It's
term
so
is, just
true.
because I'm paranoid don't mean they're not out to get me. I honestly think that agents actually do put out bad citations on purpose, like Anna Von Reitz, David Strait, Bobby Lawrence, those kind of people. They put out, now, are they agents per se funded by the government? I don't know. Or are they playing into the hands? Yes. Where are they getting their bad information from? Look at Penhollow versus Dowens. That citation is not accurate. It don't exist, but people will copy and paste it and run with it like it's the gospel. I just freaking did a video the other day on a citation a guy put on his channel on TikTok. And I broke it down how every single part, the name of the case was, he said the citation supposedly was from 2003. Well, the name of the case, the Who versus Who, was a 1988 case. The citation, which is 549 US 52, that's the part you call your citation. That was, yes, it was a different case, and it was from 2003. And then when you go through both the cases, looking up what they said, what supposedly there, neither one of them said that. I said, somebody purposely made this up. There is no other way they could have got it that wrong. He ended up taking the video down because I brought that to his attention.
That was the right thing to do.
Yeah. Now, the bad part was he told me later, he said, I really don't have time to confirm all these citations. Well, if you don't have time to confirm it, don't post it. Because if you got people that trust your information and you are putting out bad information, you're giving yourself a bad name. And sooner or later, and the sad part was he told me he had 5,000 views and maybe 5,000 comments on that one video. And I was the only person to point out that. So you had 5,000 people that took it as the gospel, and nobody, and I was the only person that pointed out it was not accurate.
Now, Brother Brian, I want to bring something up. Is in the chat, we've got this is fraud, that is fraud, this is fraud, that is fraud. I think we bring it up a lot, but I definitely know it's not enough just because so many people are confused about the elements of fraud. And I just posted a great PDF in Fearless Floyd's Telegram group, common law fraudulent. And it's just an awesome little 18-page instrument that gives you the elements of fraudulent misrepresentation, gives you an introduction, talks about falsities, representation by affirmative misstatement or by omission, goes over half-truths, special knowledge, confidential or fiduciary relationships, past or existing facts susceptible of knowledge.
Well,
some good
the
stuff.
reason, now the people out there, again, they call it fraud. Why? Lack of knowledge. I say, how is it fraud when they publish everything? Me and Jesse went back and forth for a long time on this.
Sure. Yeah, they do. They actually publish everything per the law.
Give full disclosure. I said, hold up. How did they not give full disclosure? They publish everything. They publish the statutes at large. They publish the congressional record. They publish the Federal Register. They publish the U.S. Code. They publish the Code of Federal Regulations. They publish everything all the way back to 1789, the founding of the country. So how is it fraud? And the number, when I break it down like that, they will come to me and they said, well, they had an obligation to tell me this. No, they didn't. They did their obligation. Are you going to put them in an undue burden and say, hey, you need to go to door and hold everybody's hand? No, they don't. It's not fraud. Now, if you want to argue constructive fraud, okay, now we can discuss that. Constructive fraud requires the judge to review the contract to see if fraud was built into it. It does not require the intent to commit fraud. Because if you don't use right language, if you don't use right principles, your contract could be built with fraud into it unintentionally. Now, if you want to argue constructive fraud, we can discuss that. But to say it's fraud on its face, no, it's not.
Absolutely. Well said. Yeah. And depending on the type of fraud that you're talking about are going to have particular elements to that fraud.
I mean, look, they go back to 1933. That's the initial contract for the New Deal. So what are the terms of the contract? Oh, well, let's see. You got the Banking Relief Act, March 9, 1933. You got the Securities and Exchange Act of 34. You got the Social Security Act of 35. You got all kinds of other subsequent acts where they made amendments or passed other laws. You got in the Trust Indenture Act of 1939.
There you go.
You got there's an act in 45 where they stopped using Federal Reserve banknotes and converted it to Federal Reserve notes. Let's talk about it. Under the common law, under the original founding documents, how were laws passed? They had to repeal the old law and completely pass a new one, right? That's how they used to do it.
That's how they used to do it.
What changed? What changed?
Well,
Go ahead. When the United States was placed in Chapter 11 bankruptcy, it was placed into trust.
There you go.
Now, what powers does the trustees have to amend the indenture? That's the reason why all they do now is make amendments.
Emergency powers.
Emergency powers because of the bankruptcy. So the founding contracts is where you need to start. For example, like I said, the Banking Relief Act. That's the founding contract with the people. Okay. Can the trustees make amendments in their authority as the trustees? Oh, yes, they can. Does that change or negate the original contract? No, it doesn't. Because they never withdraw the first contract. So we're not reading the terms.
Yeah, and that's one thing people when they see that's happened, they think that it's gone too. You know, and as opposed to just restated in another form of law.
Well, what does the word repeal mean?
Exactly. What does repeal mean?
It means to restate.
So
they repeal the old law and restate it under a new one. That's how they used to do it. Well, now they don't really repeal much. What do? They make amendments to the trust indenture. I mean, look how many people in these groups are learning trust law. The trustees have the power to do what? Create other trusts. Oh, what did they do with Proclamation 2039? The creation of the special trust accounts. Oh, they amended the the Trading with the Enemy Act. Well, what was the Trading with the Enemy Act? The creation of these trust accounts, October 6, 1917. Okay. Well, they amended it because they needed to for the New Deal. What the Trading with the Enemy Act is a banking act. Because it talks about the creation of those trust accounts. So they amended it with Proclamation 2039 and the subsequent acts, that the proclamation was the war powers the president had saying, hey, Congress, this is what I need you to do. And then in section C, the fourth paragraph from the bottom, it says the creation of special trust accounts for all new deposits for withdrawal, for cash on hand, withdrawals on demand, or used in investments of the obligations of the United States. So we're not reading the contract, so we don't understand what's going on. The trustees had the power to create these trusts. They turned around and said, hey, let us use your property. Let's place it in the trust. As long as you will learn, which we don't want to learn, we will take care of your necessaries.
Yes, and what necessaries are listed in the IRS? Do you recall? You recall?
I know
Food
your
and
dwelling
housing.
place. Yeah.
Food and housing are included. Shelter,
Hey.
I think they call it shelter or housing.
Look, I just was the other day looking through Title 12, and under Part 26 was where I was researching because of the right to rescission of the note, right? Rescission of signature. The rights of rescission deal with your rights as the consumer. Under subpart G, they give forms. But one of the things that I discovered was under your rights of rescission, and this is what people don't know, and the banks know you don't know it. So when they come in and foreclose, they take your home because you don't read. There are rules in place that if that home is your primary dwelling place, there are stipulations in place on what they can and cannot do. Don't ask me for details, but I can go find the document because I emailed it to myself.
And Brother Bry, I also posted in the chat, let's see. Oh, I thought I did. Well, I will have to look again. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
And well, while you're looking that up, I will say reading through those forms in subpart G, just my opinion, because I haven't 100% nailed it down, but just a cursory look of the forms, I said, holy crap, by the way things are worded and the way it looks, we're supposed to be dealing directly with the Federal Reserve. Which is also one of the things we've been discussing in the past on setting up your own accounts for banking, you know. So what are you looking for, Eric?
Unbelievably, I posted something. I thought I put it in the chat and it's gone. And I might have miskeyed the thing and got rid of it. So give me,
Oops.
yeah, one of those oops, because it was, let's see, it was the common law fraudulent and negligent misrepresentation instrument. And let's make sure, I'm gonna repost it. I can't believe it. Yeah.
Well, while you're looking that up, I'm going to go pull that section in subpart G that I was telling you about, appendix
good.
G. And I will send it to you so you can share it. Yeah, Title 12, really people need to spend time reading Title 12 and Title 31 of the U.S. Code and the Code of Federal Regulations. I mean, you know, you've got people talking about, I'm a private banker. You are nowhere near being a private banker if you're not reading the right stuff.
Okay, here we go in the chat again. So it's the common law fraudulent representation instrument, the 18-page, and it just goes through what it really is and the case laws involved in it. And it talks about receiving benefits, because you know the problem is you can't rescind something if you benefited from it. And
That's not totally true, but
well,
yeah, go ahead.
It's explicit. Yes, when I said it's explicit in these citations, so you have to take it with that explicit nature that they talk about. But you know, here's a quote. Let's see. So while fraud otherwise needs to be established only by preponderance of the evidence, the remedy of rescission requires clear and convincing evidence. Okay. The
Yeah.
alleged victim of fraud must act diligently and promptly in seeking to rescind. And then it gives a bunch of case law, citing principles of waiver, latches, and estoppel, John versus Magenti. Let's see. The defrauded party cannot sleep on his rights, but must be reasonably diligent in seeking his remedy. And if he delays beyond a reasonable time, his right to rescind is lost.
Now, yes, if you delay, that's true. But one of the things I learned talking to my buddy Russ, who's really good at consumer law, and I've opened his eyes up to a lot of the things because of what I teach. I explained to him one day why the consumer laws are written the way they're written. Okay. I showed him the congressional records. I showed him different laws, and it opened his eyes up to see why they did that to protect the consumer.
Yes.
Okay.
In a whole.
So
In the whole.
on a mortgage contract, they are supposed, there's two forms. Don't ask me the form numbers. I would have to ask Russ. They are supposed to, when they give you the mortgage, provide two forms for your right to rescission. Well, guess what? They never did. They never gave you those forms. So you have the right to rescind, but that, because people don't read, you don't know to exercise that right because they won't give them to you.
Yeah. And here's
you
another
look at that
citation.
Document I sent you.
Go ahead.
Document
I lost you.
One bar.
Yep. So the other citation is a plaintiff waives the right to rescind after discovering the alleged fraud. The plaintiff chooses to perform the contract and accept its benefits. And they've got several citations, one from Minnesota, 1968, and then another one, Carpenter versus Bremen, Shell Petroleum Corp versus Anderson. So this is a really, it's 18 pages full of facts and just packed tight. We've still lost you, Brian.
Okay.
There you are.
I don't know if you'll be able to hear me, but it said something key there. Upon discovery.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. Upon discovery. Yeah, and
So upon discovery that you have that right, if you choose not to exercise it, you waive that right.
there you go. You have to be explicit in nature when invoking your rights. Period.
Well, what does everybody say that the government's taking my rights? They can't take your God-given rights. You are the only ones that you can waive them. You have the ability to waive that right. Go back to it being a fighting clause. They can't take it from you, but you sure can waive it. And I'm climbing another mountain. So did you hear what I said a second ago? Eric.
Pastor, I can hear you just fine. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Yeah. Well, that was what I was. Yeah, that's want to make sure they heard what I said. I mean, the government will not take your rights, but if you will remain ignorant of what they are, you have the ability to waive them. And that's where the problem lies, is the people don't know their rights. So they don't know how to enforce them. And the judge, technically, the government does not have an obligation to teach you, because if they have an obligation to teach you, then are you still beholden to the master? Yes. Because now you are an infant because you're having to be taught. An infant always has to be taught.
Doesn't that brings the whole conversation full circle back to what we were talking about, which is contracts, knowing different elements of the contract and knowing that there are multiple contract elements inside of some contracts and breaking it down to the specific type of contract so that when you address it, you know, you have done your due diligence. Because if you're just talking about a contract, well, there's many contracts in play. There's one in play before you've ever got there, right? You're in a contract that you were born into. You were born into a prison for your mind. Okay, so that's the main contract, is that hidden contract.
Well, where does the devil attack? The mind.
Absolutely.
Okay. What does he do? He sits on your shoulder and whispers in your ear to tempt you. It's in the mind. The government will never tell you what to believe. Why do you think the First Amendment is first? If you believe a certain way, then they will let you believe that. Because they do respect your First Amendment right.
I'm pretty sure that there are some elements of, you know, who we're talking about here that do try to change your perception and warp your reality, right? We have demonic forces that are influencing people that cause people to do the opposite of live and to become evil. So,
well, yes,
those things are coming from another plane, and they're coming down onto this plane, and people are opening themselves up to them and subjecting those spirits, and then those spirits start manifesting themselves in the world. And it starts
Well-
affecting everybody.
Well, yes, but what does the judge do? Go back to what you said earlier and what Eric was saying and what we've been talking about. When you go to court, you can always tell when you're on the right track. If you're in trial and you say something and the judge starts yelling and screaming, you're probably on the right track. Because what is he trying to do? He's trying to test you to see if you are an honorable person. Do you believe what you claim to believe? Or are you listening to somebody else and you actually don't believe it?
Right. No, I completely get that. I've been in a situation like that where all of the prosecuting attorneys, I kept just giving them the runaround and they couldn't get me cornered. So the only thing that they had left to do was to bring me in front of the judge. Well, at the time, I was really just learning, civil rules of procedure and understanding the steps when you're in court, going from, pre-trial to setting up, deciding on if you're going to take a court-appointed attorney or whatever, and then going into discovery. And then when you come out of discovery, you go into pretrial motion, right? What I submitted was pretrial. And then I submitted every motion in the world that you could for discovery, right? And I was just trying to get to pretrial and they would not let me get there because I wanted the judge to look at my motion for direct verdict of acquittal based on the grounds that the charging instrument had, conflict of interest. It was saying one thing, but charging me with the other. Well, I just brought down citation from Superior Court that said, hey, that this has already been ruled on, right? So you guys are just as frivolous. Well, when they brought me in front of the judge, he forced me to get an attorney. And I didn't understand, how to get into pretrial and where I was at. I just knew that I had thwarted their plans for like 6 months. They could not get me to take a deal. And then they changed it on me, and I had to go in front of the judge and he made me feel like he was forcing me to take an attorney and then telling me it was in my best, he was doing me a favor, and I was like, okay, and that's kind of what you're saying, they're always going to test you, your resolve, and to see how far you're willing to go. So I guess I kind of lost in that sense, even though at the end of the line, I beat the case. But from that perspective, I learned something from it in hindsight,
Politics. Now, Ronaldo said, did prophets speak about politics or money? They spoke of the need for the Creator's praise. Yes, that is correct. But politics is in everything. What is politics? You're in a relationship. You got a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. What are you doing? You have politics in your household. What is the political system? It's a method of debating and working out a remedy. So don't think politics is a bad thing. And money isn't bad. The love of money is what's bad. Are you going to pursue it because you're gluttonous or covetous? That's where it becomes bad.
Jesse, did you get to take a look at that 28-page instrument I put in the chat there?
No, brother, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I will
I
soon.
think you're going to enjoy it. You might want to pin it.
That's so it's hard for me to sit at the computer. I'm having to walk around.
Yeah, it's the one common law fraudulent representation.
All right, I'll take a look at it when I get a second.
Now, why?
And the person in the chat on YouTube that their name is God is Government. That's an interesting name. Because I might not be able to address it till I get out of this tunnel. So can you hear me?
Yep, we got that.
So we talk about unalienable rights, and then another time we talk about civil rights. Well, unalienable rights are given to you by God, the Creator. Okay. Civil rights are given by government. So if you say that you want your civil rights, then you follow that to its logical outworking. You are saying if what God giveth, God can take away. So you are saying that government is God. Well, the last time I checked, my creator is not government.
Oh, but Daniel was told to give them a king.
Yeah,
And that's exactly what God gave him was the fiction king. Something that looked more like them, something more familiar, something more comfortable.
yeah. People have this idea that I should never do business with the fiction. The system, otherwise the fiction, is not bad. It's neutral.
Aren't all systems really fictions in that sense? I mean, they're all constructs of man. So are you just
That's
going to
right.
stop participating in anything that man does and go solely spiritual? Well, then you're not going to be on this plane anymore. It's like saying you should stop breathing.
Discernment. Absolutely. And again, we have 3 different playing fields, jurisdictions: special maritime admiralty, common law, and equity. And you get to choose what your pleading is. They will suggest pleadings to you, but that is not the entire list of the pleading that you could partake in.
Huh.
Now,
That kind of gives me an idea. At arraignment, when they ask you to plea, I'm going to plea equity.
well, now think about it. What is a plea? Is a plea not a prayer?
That it is.
It's a cry. Yeah.
And we're asking for mercy, are we not? I mean, that's what we're doing.
You plead to God. The question is which God? Now, anybody can do this, I know, but I don't know what it'll show you on an Android device. But on my iPhone one day, I'm typing up a document and I typed the word principle, PLE. In other words, principle of law. So I wanted to make sure I spelled it right because you've got PAL and you got PLE. So I told my iPhone to look it up. And I took a screenshot of what it showed. The picture that was attached to the definition was Lady Justice. That's the god Justitia. And if you do research on that and you go into court and ask the judge, do you believe in Lady Justice? Yes, they believe in the god Justitia. Okay. So you're going into a religious temple. The problem is you are not expressing who you plead to. So when the judge says, how do you plead? What's he really asking? How do you pray?
Yeah. Who is your God? Who is your authority?
Yeah, cite your authority.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's asking you to do. Yep.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
And the government, the courts are occultic in nature, but occultic isn't a bad thing. It's just hidden knowledge. But everybody that has eyes to see and ears to hear will hear it and see it. That's why I can't reach everybody. I had a guy tell me one time he was frustrated. Why was he frustrated? He said, because I'm out there trying to spread the truth to the masses. I said, you will never reach the masses. Why not? I said, because the masses don't care. They're purposely happy where they're at. They may be complaining the entire time about what government's doing, but they will not change their ways to start learning how to act appropriately. Now it's 3 o'clock, So we got the last 2 hours of the show now. Do we want to open up the phone for people to call in and ask questions?
Well, they'll have to call in to the show by the link because I don't have an extra phone to do that with.
Isn't there a call-in number on Zoom?
It might be.
Yes, there is.
Well, you have the link, right?
But no, all I got is a link. I don't have the call-in number. If you go into the chat section where it says invite, okay, you can copy the phone number there and put it on YouTube if you're able to do that.
All right, let me look into it right now.
Because Zoom always gives a free number to call in as a guest to join the Zoom, and it actually gives you also a link to see the area codes for depending on your country, etc. But you don't need to do that. Just find the US number and post it.
All right, give me a second here. I'm looking. You said it's going to be under the chat?
Yeah, so if you go to Zoom where the chat room is at,
Okay.
right? You open that up. Isn't there on the right hand side? Doesn't it have a little thing that says invite?
No, it does not.
Let me go look. Well, then maybe Floyd has his settings different. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Close. Participants. Oh, it's under participants. Invite. Let me see. Send email. Yes, there we go.
Did you find it?
Yeah, so go under, hit participants.
Let's see where it says participants at. Oh man, trying to do this on my phone and it's being a nightmare. Can I just pass you, give you control
I've
over
got
the
it.
channel?
I've got it.
You should be able to do it.
I'm going to copy the phone number.
I'm still kind of new to this, so you're gonna have to bear with me. And it's a pain on this phone.
Cancel. Delete draft. Now, for those people listening on YouTube, I'm going to post the phone number in YouTube. You can now, let me see. Let me go back, participants, invite. And you'll have to use the meeting ID. And I don't know if it'll give let's see, a passcode, but if it does, here is the phone number is first. The meeting ID and passcode, and you can call in right there. I just posted it in the YouTube chat. So that way you can call in and Jesse will let you join to ask questions, and we'll do it one at a time. So that way we can keep things a proper decorum.
All right. So I haven't seen the number drop in the chat yet.
I'm getting ready to copy and paste it to you on Telegram, by the way, Jesse.
All right. On Telegram it is.
Now, here you go. Now, if you look, you see at the top, it gives you the meeting ID and the passcode and the phone number.
Yep.
and a list of phone numbers.
And there's a couple of them.
Yeah, I just posted the top one. All those other phone numbers are really irrelevant. Why? Because everybody's pretty much on a cell phone nowadays. I mean, if you're in America, you can pretty much call Canada.
Where did you post the phone number at? Because I don't see it in the YouTube channel.
I put it in the YouTube chat.
No, I don't see it.
Boslicos Nomos. But I sent it to you on Telegram also.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's right there. It's Timothy just posted just listening. Right above him is where I posted the phone number. In the scrolling live chat on YouTube.
All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna wait for somebody to call in. Start asking some questions.
Now, for those on YouTube, can y'all see what I post? The comment I posted? It's Boslicos Nomos with the phone number, meeting ID, and passcode. Just somebody that just say yes if you can. If
No.
not, I'll read it out and write it down.
I just put one in the chat room. But I didn't see one. I didn't see yours go through.
No, mine's on YouTube. I don't know why. Oh, they can't see it. That's weird.
Oh, I see. They can't see the one I just posted either. Then. All right. Well, then let's just give out the number.
Okay, give out. It's 719. Write this down. Get your pen and papers. 719-359-4580. Okay. And the meeting ID is 813-5288-8730. And the passcode is, if it asks you for it, 465711. I hope y'all got all that.
All right. Say it one more time.
719 is the phone number, 719-359-4580. The meeting ID is 813-5288-8730. And if it asks for a passcode, that's 465711. Use those numbers to call in.
I see you on the road, Floyd. Don't be looking at the camera, man. Keep your eyes on the road. Straight ahead.
Oh, I am.
Oh, I'm talking to Floyd. He's dropping in to see what's going on. Say something, buddy. Talk to us. How's the trip going?
He's on his. You're on your way to your thing we discussed for tomorrow, right, Floyd?
I do not answer questions.
Okay. So
Well
he's
said,
making
well
an
said.
attempt
Man,
to plead the
Travel.
fifth.
everybody's my enemy. Road pirates. They're everywhere. You should know. Yes, that's where I'm headed.
I thought so.
So if anybody wants to come up to see me, Sky Pony Gallery, get the actual physical address, but it's on West Park in Plano, Texas. So tomorrow night from 5 on, I'll actually be doing the show from noon till 5. And then they'll start the autograph session, I guess, at 5 o'clock. I don't know. I have to call Christopher here in a minute, find out what that looks like. And then Saturday they have a potluck dinner, I guess. Starts at 1. So yeah, hopefully I'll meet some very interesting, neat people and have some potential guests for upcoming shows.
Now, if you want to get in touch with Jesse Reynolds Rios, the best way to do that is come to Floyd's Telegram group. If you're already in the group, that's you can
Yeah.
tag him in there and he can reach out to you.
Yeah, Jesse pretty much runs it.
He's the man.
Uh-oh. Accusations, hearsay.
Oh, don't you know that word man nowadays, according to the progressives, is a bad word?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why selective service only goes after men and not women, but we can open up the application. You can apply as a man or a woman.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, technically, God said he made man. That means what? He made mankind.
So you're saying because we made Eve out of a rib that they should be happy they're here?
They're still part of man.
Well, this is true. It's the woman. Okay.
And I looked at my wife when I saw her and I said, whoa, man.
Well, you're always trying to get some brownie points, aren't you? Every chance you get.
Hey, every chance I get, because my wife is my best friend.
Yeah. That's funny.
We don't always get along like best friends, but she is.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, that's good. Glad to hear that. So what have y'all been talking about? I'll just jump back on.
Well, we started out talking about this whole philosophy of these people out there saying, where's the contract? So we showed how many types of contracts there are, and they don't all require a valid signature.
Yeah.
So we really fleshed that out and ended up coming full circle because we started getting into eventually got into mortgage contracts and why the right of rescission and stuff like that. And the government truly publishes everything, because I just found it in subpart G under section 226 of title 12. Now I'm pretty sure online version, they do not post all 25 forms, because me and Russ was having that discussion. That's why I sent the document to Eric, because it gives you the list of forms and the codes that govern them. And we talked about the right of rescission. Once you discover the right, that starts your clock. If you choose not to exercise the right, then you waive it.
Okay.
So it takes explicit expression verbally to invoke your right. Silence or not knowing a right only leads to you not having that right.
Fundamentally, abandonment or
Yeah.
waiver.
Correct. Yep. Fundamentally, yes, absolutely. And in fact, if you take too much time, you completely abandon it.
Now, Lamar said, is the forms posted? Yes, anything we've discussed document wise will be in Fearless Floyd's channel.
Yeah, and Brian and our pastor and Eric are always available to open up a chat in the Telegram, talk about anything you want. They also have their own Telegram groups. Have y'all guys promoted your own groups? Yeah.
Oh yeah, last week I put the link to my link tree so people could get to the group.
Okay, well, I'm sure we got 1 or 2 new viewers.
I can't do it on YouTube. Only you can post links, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait.
Yeah, that's fine.
I may or may not get there. Jesse can do it.
I know most of the time when you're a guest on the channel and you go to post a link, it won't even go through.
Well, he's the host.
Like,
so
well, I'm talking about on YouTube, not on Zoom. By the way, one of the things I actually looked at on Zoom when I did some of my stuff is, after the end, everything that's posted, linked, or talked about in the chat,
Right.
they give you a text document, right?
Yep.
Shoot. Unless somebody's putting out personal information, that would be a good thing to add to your description if you have room.
On Zoom, they communicate internally. Generally,
Well,
when people are,
no, I'm talking about on YouTube or on Rumble. Add that to your description, so when people watch the videos later, they can go in the description and see the linked information that we discussed throughout the show.
oh yeah, I can do that. That
Yeah.
takes time. It's just
It
one
does.
of me, man.
Well,
I'm
I'm kind of
slammed.
thankful there's only one of you. I mean, the world couldn't handle two.
Yeah, you and the rest of Harris County. I'm sorry, that was funny.
Yeah.
I had a good time. Now that was a good one. Snuck that one in on everybody.
Well, that's why I tell people God made everybody special. There's only one, unless they're twins.
Well, now let's talk about that.
The fun you can have if you had a twin.
Well, why don't we presume that we do?
God forbid I have a twin.
Doppelganger.
The umbilical cord?
Well, technically, yes. Yeah, under
Product
that
of
philosophy,
conception.
yes.
You've got an
Yep.
identical twin. Identical.
It's not identical. It's a fraternal twin.
Yeah, it's a fraternal because it's genetically the same, but not visually the same.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And
But
it
that's what we're
died.
going to have. Go ahead.
And it died.
Both of them. The umbilical cord died and the placenta died.
Yeah.
Because the umbilical cord between the baby and where the father cut it, that pulsated. It was considered living until it died.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the description wasn't about what hair color or skin color, was it?
well, no, you describe it as baby boy Tarvin or baby girl Tarvin. And I put gender unknown and I put baby/boy surname Tarvin. So I don't know.
I mean, the footprint document typically doesn't have the name that was given. I'm not going to say that in every case, because look, when I talk about this case with with what goes on at the hospital, it is primarily how it's done, but it's not 100% done that way. Because why? There are people that know this stuff. I had a conversation years ago with a lady that took care of foster children. Now, she justified what she did by saying she didn't take any children under the age of 12. She knew about the system. And I was telling her what I was learning. And she said, oh yeah, I know all that. That's why they can't touch my son. I said, oh, please explain. When she went into labor, her aunt was a big time attorney out of California and she lived in Arizona. So they called her aunt and said, we're in labor. She said, don't fill out anything. Wait for me to get there. The attorney not only came, but brought a notary too. And they did their own records. In other words, she claimed her offspring.
It's awesome. That's just awesome. Nothing like being
And
prepared.
Yes. Filling out the contracts with the hospital. If you know what they represent and you know how to use it for your benefit, then fine. Let them file the infant. Let them record it. But the father needs to, within a few days, express the intent and use of the name for the benefit of his offspring.
Absolutely.
But if you don't want to do it that way, then you need to make sure you have an attorney that knows and a notary to actually perfect your documents. So you have ways to do this stuff. Don't be afraid of the system anymore. Let that fear go. Just start learning how to use it properly.
Well, in the Holy Scriptures, fear is a sin, and all sins were taken up by Christ. And so for you to fear, it's not yours. Let go of what is not yours. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Give unto God what is God's. And that fear, was taken. Give it back. Give it back. Christ died on the cross for our redemption. Period.
Now, Lamar, you said, do you have a need for a lawyer? I have a notary. It's my blood. I understand the concept, but it's a wrong concept. Lawyers are not all bad. Think of a lawyer as a weapon. If you know how to wield it, it will bring you great reward.
That's so key. That's so key, Brian, to wrap your head around that. How do you wield an attorney?
And a notary has a specific position under the Secretary of State. Don't sit there and not use your servants as you intended. Because why? That's how you perfect things, so the fiction knows who you are. Part of knowing who you are is also knowing who you are not. And everybody runs around and complains about the government, but guess what? If you don't know who you are, neither do they. And a gentleman always gives notice.
There's that muddy water again.
And you have to produce your evidences. So you go into court, I am not a U.S. citizen. Really? What evidence do you have? Well, I've got a response from a FOIA request that says there's no records.
And Brian, I like to put it this way. Equity describes what is, not what isn't.
Well, substance over form? Are you a man of substance or a woman of substance? Because substance, we found a citation, and it's only one citation where it says substance trumps form.
Doesn't that
So
go into when things become heir apparent? Oh, Bird, stop that. Sorry about that, guys. When something's heir apparent, you don't need to go in there and be like, I'm not a United States citizen. That's not my name. That's not me. Because if you're acting in your correct capacity and you know who you are, you don't need to say it. You express it.
That's right. I mean, look.
And it's apparent to all who are present.
Look, I didn't say in that ticket I got this year, that's not my name. What I said when they asked about the name, I said that name is owned by the United States. They are the secured party in this matter, and I'm just the agent and must notify the principal of anything that affects his interest. Now, if I was in court when I did it, could I prove that? Yes. Why? On the back of the social, it says it's their property. So how can it be your name if they own it? My buddy Pop out in California told the judge, he was in trial. He says, well, I am led to believe that name is owned by the United States. And he reaches in his pocket, hands his social to the bailiff, who hands it to the judge. And the judge says, well, how do you think we should handle that? He said, well, you can call me Peaceful Inhabitant. The judge comes back and says, okay, Mr. Peaceful Inhabitant. He said, hold up. Where'd that term Mr. come from? That's where the judge tested him. See, if you go into court and you say, well, that's not my name, where's your evidence? You don't need to say it that way. You have to say it in such a way that it's according to the law. What is it? Because that's what they understand.
I would agree. I do agree with you, but putting it on the record, okay, and it being there is what really, that's important. But you just standing there, not having to even imply that you are or you aren't, and then res squeator, it speaks for itself. The record does. So I would just say the record speaks for itself.
Yeah, and silence enforces it. When you stand there, you know, and expect them to see you, they do see you, as long as you don't contract out of what you just established. And most people want to run their lips.
Yeah, they go around and they say, that's not my name, and then turn around and answer to the name. Now
Can you
look.
guys hear me?
Always making claims on something they're not supposed to be claiming. That's the problem. Mine. It's not yours. Stop trying to claim something that don't belong to you. Get back in honor. Claim what does belong to you and give the rest back.
Now, technically, go look at mom and dad. What did they call you? Okay, you have a social that says John Henry Doe. So what? Did they call you John Henry Doe? No, they called you John. Now, your mother, when she was mad, might have used all three. But what did your mother and father call you? They just called you John. That's the only name you can actually claim, because that's what your mother and father called you all your life. You have no firsthand knowledge to John Henry Doe. It's all hearsay.
The middle name, you're saying that you shouldn't. If my mother called me Jesse Wayne my whole life, that's not
well, if
my
she
name.
called you Jesse Wayne your whole life, that's different.
Okay, then I just wanted to clarify on that, because that's what my mother called me. Well, she really said Jesse Wayne Jr., so she always puts the title at the end.
Then your name would be Jesse Wayne Jr. That's the only name you've got, because that's what your mother expressed after she became competent, once she healed from the birth.
But you still need to acknowledge that the title, right?
Well, the title would be the house of.
Well, I'm saying in their world, the prefix is the title, because it's not supposed to be joinder with the other two names, and it has been joined. So it's still there, all right? It's just an indicator of, you know, that you're the second in these regards, but it's not something that you would want to bear.
Reynold Rios, you said, I'm trying to see if y'all can hear me, or does that mean you're on Zoom? And Olive Tree, the nickname, if that's what you've always been called, that's the only name you know. Now, somebody tried to talk. Yeah, looks like Rio is on there if you want to unmute him or let him talk. You there?
Yes. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got you 5 by 5.
I hear you loud and clear.
All right, good deal. Well, first off, I would like to tell y'all guys much love and respect to every single one of y'all.
Thank you. Same to you.
Appreciate that.
So I would say I would start off like this. The creator has been working on me as walking through this life. He's been working on me for a while, but he's been showing me light. I call it light because it's light in the darkness. And as of these days, we live in the last of the days where darkness is overruling on this earth.
Correct.
So darkness comes in many forms. And one of the forms that darkness is robbing the people from the creation is by setting a division or separation between the knowledge and the power that one man can have when he has unification with that creator.
Yep. Well, let me expound on that.
Hold on. I was almost
Go
about
ahead,
to
sir.
finish with where I'm going. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
The creator, when you study a lot of Yeshua's talks and the prophets' talks, and you study what they're saying, and then you go and you start studying a lot of where, because there's a scripture that he's been working on me for a while. He says, every word that proceeds out the mouth, you will be held accountable to. So it goes down to the very beginning of, I believe, contract, or the way that the evil one has set separations in the heavens before the earth. And then when he got down to the earth, he set separation there between the creator and man, as well as he did with the creator and the angels. And it all started off with the slight twist of the tongue, you know, to be able to persuade or manipulate or deceive into others moving in his direction. And that direction is called evil. It's called secret evil. You know, it says that truth is light and light is truth, and it shall not be hidden. You don't hide the light under a table and cloth, but you set it on top of the table so that the whole room can light up. And that's the same way that this is going on with what's going on. You could call it UCC, you could call it federal, you could call it uniform commercial code. It don't matter, because the trickery of words and the twist of them is causing man to follow into this deceit. And it all starts with the words that are being placed on paper and in front of us. So if we can decipher, or if we can test every word or every syllable coming across our board and test it to the fullest, ask the creator, is this word or this alphabet, syllable, whatever that's coming in my direction, is it from you? Is it of you? And will it do exactly what you want me to do? And that is show others love, forgiveness, peace, unity, you know, to be able to conquer what evil really tries to push on everybody. And it tries to push us in every direction. They'll try to trick you or pull you into one direction, but the creator wants everybody to know you are specially designed, you are specially made. You're unifying with him is what he asks of at all times. It's not about what color you are. It's not about what race, what nationality. It's about how much freedom you have with the creator. When all you do is worship the creator, then everything else kind of, you'll see it fall before you.
Yeah, well, let me expound on two things you said. You know, you talked about the division. What's the big division now? Color. What do most people say? That you were either black or you were
really
white.
feel like,
well, guess what?
Yeah,
Under the Bible, does it not say that God made man from the dust or the clay of the earth? Well, why are we arguing about the color of clay instead of what color is your spirit? Your spirit's only going to be one of two colors. Are you of the darkness or are you of the light? That's why if you go study the court cases dealing with free white person, you will find a court case where a Chinese man was declared a free white person. Why? Because he was enlightened. His spirit was of the light. He was an honorable person. When you go in there talking about all this other stuff, you're not talking right. And when it comes to words, even the Bible warns you, take control of your thoughts, and out of the mouth comes blessings and cursings. And then look, what is one of the commandments? Thou shalt not lie. Well, the only way you can tell the truth is you can only tell the truth by speaking what you have firsthand knowledge of. What did you actually witness? Not what you've heard, not what you've read. So that all caps name, you don't have firsthand knowledge that's your name. Not a single one of us remember coming out from between our mother's legs when we were born.
Yep, that's true.
And that's what I wanted to expound on what you said. When you go into
No,
court and
I
you say,
totally
yes,
agree
that's
with
my
that,
name,
brother.
you're already lying, because why? You're claiming to have firsthand knowledge to what it is.
Yep. And then, I started last night. It was like my spirit was being worked on last night, and a lot of things that were catching my attention was, so I started, looking at, because man, I just can't sit right when I look at certain documents, or like your uniform commercial code, your international law, whatever it could be that I'm reading, because I do a lot of reading, but it's so hard to agree with certain words that are being placed in there. So I started looking up, like, what is it called? Parsons Brinkmanship and Parchman Brinksmanship. If you don't know, Parchman Brinksmanship is like a tactical way that politicians and legislators and whatnot they'll use to try to, it's aggressive tactics that they will use to try to persuade the other party into the agreement or a contract, whatnot. And when you start looking at, like, why would you use this word? Why would you allow it into these things? And then, your spirit says, well, when you are blind and you are being led by the evil, you just do what your spirit's being pushed to do, so to speak. And I go to start digging in more into these words, because for a while I've been, hearing a lot about your parsing, syntax, grammar, and whatnot. And I kind of felt it the same, because when I started doing etymology studies on words and the origins of the words, I started seeing that a lot of words that are being allowed in the documents is the way to set alchemy in the wordplay. And alchemy is the mixture of elements. So when you're mixing up certain words with other words, you lose the value of them words, the original meaning and value of them words. So I'm like, okay, well, what is this you're leading me to, Creator? And he just kept me up all night, and he kept on explaining to me that all forms of paper, it don't matter if it's from the IRS, it don't matter if it's from the city taxes, whatnot, there are a form of a contract. And that contract, that contract is using the works of the evil. So it's going to portray a lot of what the evil, how he works, by the twist of the tongue or the double tongue, So it's one of them deals where it's like, when you actually start to listen to that free spirit inside of you, the spirit that the Creator intended in the first place, is that you can see the trickery that's going on before you. Now, how do we as the people come together And this is a good way right here. I love the fact that all y'all are participating, that all y'all are saying these things, because I always believe that you can't hide the light, and the light will find his way. No, the light will find the way no matter what. It says that the rocks will glorify, that if nobody does, the rocks will glorify the Creator. So that's saying to you that it don't matter if you don't do what the Creator is telling you to do. It don't matter, because the Creator is going to find somebody or something to speak what needs to be spoken to the people. So my thought is just this: how do we come to see? They organize as the Federal Reserves or the Internal Revenue Office. So how do we as a people come together to start forming our separate, just like chessboard? And this is just like I was telling Floyd the other day. It's just like chess, and apparently we are the other side of that chessboard to our government. The government, you got to think about it. It's the government against the people, right? The government against the people, correct?
No, they're not against you. And
well, how is it? This is my deal. How is it not against us if we are born? They don't tell mom and dad. Mom and dad follows what their mom and dad does, and nobody is exposed to the truth. That's why I say when you hide the light, it don't matter how you're doing it. You're still hiding the light, and the light is not reaching through. The light is truth, and the truth is the light. So that means that you have to be willing to share that light with others by giving them the full sight of light.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, they don't hide the light. Okay? They've never hid it. I've got a video on my Rumble channel that we show the contract that was signed for this one lady's contract out of Tennessee at the hospital. We show the language in the contract. This is before birth. But guess what she didn't do? She didn't read it. She didn't try to get an understanding of it. She just signed where she was supposed to sign. We are guilty of this. Why? Look, we signed up for YouTube. We signed up for Telegram. They sit there and give you the terms of service. Guess what? You agreed to it. Did you read it? They don't hide anything. That is a misteaching by a lot of people that pull this stunt and call it fraud, when the government clearly publishes everything. And these corporations clearly publish their terms of service or their contracts, but you sign it and agree to the terms not knowing what you're agreeing to. So how can it be that they're hiding anything when you're not reading?
Hey, let me jump in on this for a second.
Because most of the hours of the day we're spent working to make money so that we can provide for the families and whatnot. And then by the time we get home, we're tired and we want to just rest and spend time with the family. See, the whole creation of the monetary system is so that people can separate and ununify from families by forcing people to go out and work and start depending on labor or money or currency so that they can be able to provide for the family.
Hang on, sir.
Let me chime in here for a second. Yes, all those things are what you're saying are the truth. Okay, we've all been exposed to those things, but you have to get out of this mindset that you've been abused and that you're the victim of circumstance. We're all in the same boat. We've all are faced with the same circumstances. It's realizing that we have been a victim to our lack of knowledge. And now that you have knowledge, you have to get your house in order. Okay, because you can't expect other people to come in and unite with you, all right, and to create a new public, until you can get your house in order. Right. So start working in from that perspective, and that you're not a victim, is that you are now have the knowledge, and now you're going to move forward, and you're going to let go of those childish ways of thinking and start acting and thinking like a man.
Now let me add to that, Jesse. You say, sir, no offense, you say the same thing I hear. Hold on.
I take no offense from nobody.
Yeah. Now, you say the same thing I hear from a lot of people. I don't have time. Well, you have the same amount of time I have. I am a truck driver. My hours of service is 11 hours a day driving within a 14-hour day. And then I have a total of 70 hours within an 8-day period. If I can make the time 1 or 2 weekends, or not really weekends, but when I shut down my truck to do a reset, in other words, I have to because I'm out of hours. If I can do 1 or 2 weekends a month and spend time learning and reading, you can. It's all about how you manage your time. You are probably a regular Joe that works a quote unquote 9 to 5. Yes, at the end of the day, you're tired. Yes, you want to spend time with your family, but the government publishes everything, and it has to be published in a way that is simple to understand. Because why? It's called void for vagueness. Every law has to be written in such a way that the common man can understand it. So it is already presumed that you have the ability. The question is do you have the drive? Most people don't. Most people they will turn on the TV, they will watch football, watch a soap opera, watch a sitcom, and saying, hey, I need to read a chapter out of the book Law of Agency so I can learn how this works. Or they will make every excuse in the book to not read it so they can learn it. I'm not saying spend 24 hours a day. It don't take long to learn principles.
You know, the funny thing is that everybody wants to fix this external problem that we face, but nobody wants to go and fix the real problem, which is themselves. Okay. And you are wanting the outside world to change, but you're not willing to change what you feel on the inside so that your perspective can shift. Right. That's really all it is you got to get out of that other mindset and start learning how to shift your consciousness into a different way of thinking, and then allow that to become the norm instead of the other side being the norm.
Yes, so brothers, I want to add something too. Something about spending time. It's just like what I said last weekend or whatever. I said, what have you done for the movement, for the freedom movement? What have you done? Because what I sat down and did was I downloaded a whole title of CFR and named every file perfectly. And the reason why I do things like that, it's an incredible, arduous task. But when I spend time creating a good tool is used in good men's hands, good women's hands. And that tool that I just created actually saves more time than it took. And so when you go to invest in yourself and start to solve your problems, take the time to create good tools so that you can leverage yourself into a better position. I yield.
Yes. Now I want to address the whole thing.
I want to hear this. When I speak, everybody tells me this. I'm very passionate about this because a lot of what y'all are talking about, I have already studied and I've already read. So it's not just to throw it out there and to say, because I'm not a professional at this. I started picking up this about 5 to 10 years, roughly between 5 to 10 years already that I've been on and off studying, and then I get really into it. And here lately in the last 2 years, I've been hitting it hard. I'll spend, 8 to 9 hours, some days when I'm off, where I'll spend just reading and reading and reading. But I speak for a lot of people because I get where everybody's coming from by saying we have to change within ourselves so that we can start actually changing that mind frame. And I have changed that mind frame in so much dramatic ways because for the longest, I had no idea about a lot of these laws. But like I say, the light, you can't hide the light, and the light always works inside of me. And I say that's the spirit of the creator, the living creator, who says, look, this is truth, move towards this direction by showing me certain words to look up and research, or and it will lead me to another book or whatnot. But it's the magnitude of being able, from where I'm at, from in Caldwell, Texas, like where I'm at, I'm telling everybody, I get into these talks and I get looked at like the crazy one because everybody else don't want to believe a lot of this. And so there are things that y'all say that are right, like people are comfortable where they're at. Yes, I agree. I see it all the time. That's true. So it's something, though, I want everybody to see that, as well as myself, that this is a very good start. And I pray that it grows even more, because the first way to fixing a problem is by accepting or announcing the problem out loud.
Yeah, but the problem is the people
You
are blaming.
have to see that it's a problem, though, because not everybody's given this chance. Where you can't find one knowledge about all this in one book. You got to go find it. You have to go look for it, and to me, that's where it's unfair on so many levels, because if you have no knowledge about a book and nobody to actually tell you about this, you know how long it's taken me to find somebody other than myself that sounds like, hearing y'all sounds like what I am over here in this region, in this area. So it's hard to find other people that are hungry for truth, hungry for enlightenment, so to speak.
Yeah, well, you say it's unfair. How is it not fair? They publish everything. Look, the first document we're taught in school is the Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and Bill of Rights. Okay? And everybody hangs their hat on that document. They never look at their state. Okay? Not only that, the government actually publishes a book that's called the United States Constitution with Analysis and Interpretation. Everybody thinks they understand what the Bill of Rights says and who it applies to and what it is and this, that, and the other. But they have never picked up that PDF that is free for everybody to download.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes. So how is it not fair? Because they publish everything. Now, to what you said about it being so expansive, yes, you're right. It is. Law is expansive. Okay. But guess what? These judges are not always unfair. I had a conversation with a judge in that first ticket I got about 7 years ago. Okay. And the judge says, it was that mud flap ticket I mentioned earlier. And the judge says, well, you're supposed to know the rules in he's testing me. He said, well, you're supposed to know the regulations of every jurisdiction you're passing through. I said, oh, really, Your Honor? I said, are you going to place an undue burden upon me that you are not going to do? I said, Your Honor, are you going to, if you decide to go to Florida on vacation, are you going to go look up the rules in every jurisdiction you are traveling through?
Keep right, then turn right.
Guess what? I got the win. See, these judges, they are principled people. but they're going to test you to see if you are principled. You don't have to know every statute and code. This is why the principles of law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. What do we call methods? We call them procedures. We call them processes. We call them templates. But guess what? Most of the teachers out there don't teach you the principles.
And brothers,
Wow.
there are no trick questions if you know the principle. There's no trick questions when you stand on a principle. You know, the principle follows all things.
Now, I want to read a verse. Proverbs
Yes, please.
25:2. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings to search out a matter. So God instituted government. God hides this stuff from the wicked. Well, guess what? Are you one of the wicked or are you one of the principled people? Are you searching out a matter?
Yeah.
And when I teach, when I'm giving a sermon, it's about receiving God's promises, because these promises are very clear in the Holy Scriptures to us. And it's best to pray that you have hands that are well enough to receive these gifts, have eyes well enough to see God's gifts. So when you sit down and pray that you receive these gifts, pray that you have the feet to walk in those shoe steps, pray that you have the eyes, pray that you have the hands, pray wellness, the tools to receive these wonderful things that you're surrounded by. The truth is everywhere.
Correct. This is good. This is good. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate it.
Now,
And
I want to
thank you,
address
brother.
something I want to address something. Now, me and Jesse have butted heads on this one. Earlier, you talked about this quantum syntax grammar. I call it crap. Okay.
Was
I
that
do
with
believe
the CU crap?
yeah. I call it crap, and I'm not ashamed to say it, because why? I think the theory, hold on, sir. Hold on. The theory behind it is valid, as in using correct words the right way. Another phrase is correct grammar. That I agree with. But when they started putting dashes in words, claiming things are a prefix and a suffix that were never intended to be, that's where they went too far.
Well, no, and I get where you're going, but when you study the origins of Latin and dog Latin or cod Latin, or they got a couple of names for it. It's the displacement of certain the values of the certain words.
Yeah, but that's still a load of crap. Because why? They talk about how English is this Babel language. No, it's not. It's the language of our culture. Because if you're going to say that about English, you're going to have to say that about other languages, because their culture developed a language so they could talk to each other and express things. I have a book at home, and I've been telling people about this book. It will fit in the palm of your hand. It is a 6th grade English book that teaches grammar. In that book, there is a section called syntax. Syntax is the order of operation of words. Does that book go in there and teach? This book was from the 1800s. Do they go in there and talk about dashes? No. They talk about correct grammar. See, we go and we complicate things. We put meanings to things that were never intended. Instead of just learning how to use words properly.
Ain't that what the new law, the man's law is? It's putting new concepts on what God originally, the Creator originally intended was for man to live free. I just don't. For me, it's hard for me to agree with the okay of making another man feel like he's obligated to pay or he's obligated to do something when he's just trying to live. Like when you start making another man feel like he's obligated to give something to you, is when people, this is my opinion though. I believe spiritually wise that we should all live free, not to kill, steal, and do all that, but to live free, like to be able to work with your hands, provide for your family, feed your family. And I'm talking about grow crops, do these types of actions to your family. And I'm not saying that it's for everybody right now, nowadays, because there's people who stay in the city, who stay, and it's hard to get land, whatnot. Just me personally, this is my opinion. Or I feel my inside spirit that says, in order to live free, one must not have two masters. You must serve the master that is created, and only the master that is created. And in the process of serving the master that is created, you love thy wife, you love thy kids, and you love thy neighbor, but that's, you stick to the original. And so now that you got all these other laws and you got to find them in all these other books and all these other places, like, does that not speak like a hidden agenda, trickery, railroad type little situation by making all these other different concepts from the original teachings of the Creator?
No. Because you are viewing it as something evil. And let's play that logical outworking out. Hold on, sir.
There's a lot of deaths on there. I haven't killed nobody. I mean, not versus the government. So
stop. Let's play this to its logical conclusion. You say you believe in the Bible. Who instituted government? God did. And who did he institute it for?
My Creator. I believe in my Creator.
Yeah, okay.
I believe in my Creator. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in nothing but my Creator.
Okay, fine. You believe in a Creator. Let's also analyze it by law of nature. Is government a natural order? Yes. Why? Somebody establishes a tribe, and the strong rise to the top to establish rules to protect the tribe. So government in and of itself is not some evil thing, but you believe in a Creator. That Creator instituted government under the laws of nature. If you are going to say government is evil, then you by default are saying that your Creator is evil.
I want to say that, there is a very fine line where people either live for love or they're living for an evil agenda.
Everybody has that right.
It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Yeah, you're right. Everybody does have that right.
God will not force you to worship Him.
Participate in that.
You don't have to.
Think of it like this. The government is a reflection of the people's will. Okay. And you have yet to express your will in a way that actually is going to help promote and bring this ideology into the world that you keep trying to talk about. So change the will, okay, and the minds and the hearts of men to reflect your will.
Okay.
And remember, in principle, the devil Satan himself is an author of confusion only. He made nothing. The creator, if you believe in a creator, created all things. Therefore, the truth is everywhere. In every book you pick up, there's some truth in it.
I agree to that, because that's the way I feel when certain words pop out. It's like you can't hide the light. You can't hide that light. So even in the works of darkness, the light is being revealed through certain words.
Yeah, but see, now let's talk about your theory about money. My Bible says that you should work by the sweat of your brow. Yes. Doesn't necessarily say
Adam and Eve
money.
didn't have
But
money.
hold
They
up,
have
hold up, dude. Hold up, dude. Let me finish.
God.
It says a workman is worthy of his hire. See, money is not this evil thing you're making it out to be. Okay? Money is just a medium of exchange. Back in the day, some cultures used to use what for money? They used to use seashells. I got a friend of mine, Mark, up in Minnesota. He settled a traffic ticket with rice. What did he do? He used the rice as the form of money. See, the problem is people don't understand what money is.
This has to do with value, guys, and perceived value and a fixed value. And the reason why I say that is because when you read the 73rd Congress, they say because of this emergency, we are unable to affix a value to gold, to silver, to Federal Reserve notes, to all chattel papers. Now, that doesn't mean that a value cannot be affixed to it. It just means that there's probably an emergency procedure to get that done. I yield.
I mean, the system is neutral. They can't do the things they do to you except by giving notice. That's why I keep saying they publish everything. But if you refuse to read it, you waive the right. You cannot complain what government does if you refuse to read. And I'm not saying you per se, I'm just saying the average person. And a lot of our thoughts are truly misconceptions. The system is neutral. The individual may be corrupt, but the system isn't. It's working as designed. Problem is you don't know the design.
Well, it's kind of hard to figure out design when it's everywhere. It's not just in one place, it's everywhere.
Yes, it is. Listen for a second.
The only secure place I have is knowing that the Creator created me. I wake up because He gives me that gift. The Creator gives me the gift of life, and He who gives life is He who gives me victory. So I'm going to be blessed wherever I go, wherever I do, no matter if I'm in turmoil or whatever I'm in, because guess what? As long as I'm breathing, I'm alive, the Creator is with me and I'm with the Creator. And I'm here to just do my best will as possible, you know?
Hey, so listen, you are more than blessed. You need to realize that there are two wills, three wills, actually. Okay? There's your will and testament, and there's your last will and testament, and then there's the Father's will. Okay? You hear me?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's the Father's will, there's your will, living will and testament, and then there's your
Not yet. Pump 5. Is there a problem?
your last will and testament. Okay? Why don't you take that conviction of heart that you have and go and establish your will
Because
and
it
testament?
tells me I can pump fuel and I pull the handle and it won't go past that screen.
I'm sorry, Justin. I'm not laughing at you, Justin.
No, I'm laughing
Well,
at
it
that.
won't even let me put the def into the push button thing.
to release from in here, so.
Okay.
No, but I did hear you, Justin. I like what you said. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Make your will and testament known. Put it in
But when
words. Put it
when
in
I pull the
writing. Establish it for
nozzle
the
out
book of
and I
record,
lift
for
the handle,
record.
it will not activate the pump on diesel.
Track 8404?
Nope, 1776.
Okay.
Oh, Pastor, how do I mute you? How does one mute the pastor? How could somebody do that to him? Well, if I could figure it out, I would.
Hey, sorry about that. I thought I was muted because I tapped it.
Good, thank you.
We couldn't have any conversation while you were unmuted, sir. No, so what I was saying, and then I'm gonna yield here, is that you have your will, you have your last will and testament, and then you have the Father's will. You keep expressing the Father's will, okay, but you have not recorded it for the record, for the Lamb's Book of Life or the Doomsday Book, and I will yield on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to pump fuel and the freaking screen won't let me pump fuel.
Playing tricks on Pastor.
Hey, I have seen the fuel pumps when it's cold like it is up here this year. I have seen the fuel pumps at truck stops be totally frozen. You can't get fuel, death, nothing.
Ooh, that's some cold weather.
Now, somebody,
guys, I do have much love for everybody here, and I did not want to rile nobody up, or I just got a lot of passion in this, and I get super excited about it.
look, somebody in the comments said, is there such a thing as government under color of law? Guess what? Statutes and codes are color of law. That's the only thing they can be. Because why? The statutes and codes are based on principles. But the problem is people are not learning what the principles are. Because if you ever learn the principles, you don't never need to cite another code or statute at all.
Where can you find the principles that you was describing on there? Was it the actual name of it, the federal principles?
No. Principle. Look, I just learned about a principle of law that has nothing to do with the government the other day. It has to do with business. It's called Price's Law.
Price's Law?
Yeah, PRICES law. And it's a mathematical equation that you take the number of employees or businesses times 2, get the square root of that, which takes it back to half. So you take half those employees are going to make you 50% of your profit. The other 50% is divided by the other half. I said, wow. I said, God created principles in everything. You want to know the number one place you'll find your principles when it comes to law, though? The Bible. Who are the ones that built this system? Is it not the Masons? What book do they get when they become a Mason? A 1611 King James Masonic Bible. But we throw the baby out with the bathwater. Oh, it's a religious book.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between a 1611 King James Bible and just a regular King James Bible, or are you just throwing a date on it?
The words.
It's just what they are given. Because I think the principles supersede if you actually are going to study the Bible correctly. What do? You take it back to its original language and look up the meanings to see what the words meant at the time it was written.
And the way I look at it, guys, is we're sitting around a campfire, okay? And the Holy Scriptures is the campfire. Now we've got someone there that's representing the Hebrew people, the Aramaic, right? We may have a Greek, right? A Latin, right? Sitting around the campfire. Because in the scriptures, there are so many different witnesses. So depending on the particular scripture is going to be dependent on what witnesses were there and what was predominant in the story or in that geographic of the story. Very important.
Yeah, most people, they get this mentality that we can't use a certain version because it was King James or it was Geneva or it was this. They're concentrating too much on the translation instead of the original text. How are you ever going to understand the original text if all you're doing is concentrating on a translation? And those principles supersede the law. I mean, go to what it says about, go back to where he was asked about taxes. He said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's. Well, what's the principle behind that? What Caesar made, Caesar controlled. Well, my question to you is, who made you? Did Caesar make you or did God make you?
AC/DC.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. You read my mind, AC/DC.
And we've all been thunderstruck.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna get up. I have much love for y'all. I really do. I love every single one of y'all who are putting this effort in and who are just bringing light out and helping bring light out. And even if there's a couple of sparks that fly when I get online or I talk to one of y'all, trust me, it's out of love, because iron does sharpen iron and sparks will fly.
Thank you, Ronaldo. I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Much love.
Do we have any other callers? Anybody else?
And while we're waiting, I just want to let you know that there are some PDFs, some really good posts today in the chat, Fearless Floyd's on Telegram. So jump in there, take a look at those PDFs, and use the words in those PDFs to go find other PDFs with associated knowledge in it. And if you're interested, checking out Cite Your Authority, you can always jump into Fearless Floyd's group and ask how you get the invite to Cite Your Authority. I do keep most of my Cite Your Authorities private, so you just have to ask someone and we'll get you on in there. We all work together. Thanks, Floyd. I appreciate it. And thanks, Jesse. Thank you, Brian, again.
Yeah, thank you.
Now I think I can get fuel. So, anybody else want to call in with questions? We got 45 minutes left on the show. Jeremy James, I am a zygote with my mother and father. Guess what? You were not the only product of conception. And I have shown the evidence of that. If anybody got any questions on YouTube, feel free to ask them.
Pretty sure somebody will be calling in here in a minute. Let's see.
Well, I am of the opinion that this pump is broken.
You know, when you were citing your authority, Eric, you made me
go
have
ahead.
a better realization. Yeah, you made me have a better realization of the context of which the witnesses are in. So thank you for pointing that out. That's really self-evident, but sometimes you have a tendency to overlook little things,
Sure.
when you're trying to see the bigger picture. And then once you realize that little thing, it makes the bigger picture all come into focus for you. So I appreciate that.
Well, and I've had people be like, you teach this and you teach that, you speak about this. What's your authority? And I'm like, the Most High. And there's no difference than when a judge asks me who my authority is. The Most High, because the principle is that all men must be governed. And if you're not governed by God, then another man is going to govern you. You can't just be not governed. And govern means to not just rule over, but to put parameters, upper and lower limits. And it's really important to look at these things in a very broad sense, and then go discover the most finite words that describe the subject matter.
Well, most people talk about how they want to be free. And I'll tell you now, people really don't want freedom, because why? They like their little amenities that they have. They like their internet. They like their electricity. They like their cell phone.
Well, and I always say to free people, just go post your free sign outside your house and see how many things disappear from your yard. Yeah, you like free so much, go post free out in your yard. Yeah, and you're gonna have to sit and hold on and lock everything up. Free means it's here for the taking. It means that you're gonna have to defend. So freedom is a double-edged sword.
So
Most definitely.
basically want to be structured but not framed, or most people are framed inside of a structure. Like, we want to be structured in our principles, but we don't want to be boxed in or framed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's one of those things when you realize that this system is there for a good purpose, and you get the eyes to see that men are the only corrupt thing.
The heart of man is exceedingly wicked. Who can know
It
it?
is. Yeah. And that's what we fight as good men. We fight every day in ourselves to be a better and a better and a better, more perfected man of substance. And like, we were talking about in the very beginning is, blood and soul, or, what is the movement called now? Flesh and blood movement. Now flesh and blood is considered a sovereign citizen movement, when all reality, Brother Brian brought it up. He's like, I looked and I looked and I looked, and there's one thing in Westlaw that says man of substance. Do you have that, Brian? Do you have that PDF available?
No.
We should get that. That's a great one.
I know.
You have to tell me what it is, and I'll be able to look it up quicker. But if not, I'll do a search for man of substance.
Yeah, please do.
I know that there was a source I shared with you. It wasn't in Black's Law Dictionary, though. Are you talking about where I had that substance trumps form?
No, I think it was alone. I just searched man of substance. Should come up.
Yeah, but after it said man of substance, and we all know substance trumps form. Remember that? Talked about that earlier.
Possibly. Yeah, it could be the same. Yep.
Let's see. Filter. I'm thinking it was a secondary source.
It kind of touches back on what I was saying too. Where the substance and they're trying to box us into form. Well, they're trying to steal that stuff. And that's really what it's all about. Every time you sign something, they're boxing you in, trying to steal your stuff. It's like on the dark crystal. They're like those little birds, stealing the essence from the dark crystal.
And there it is. It was Fred H. Miller receives American College of Consumer Financial Services lawyer, Senator William, on and on and on. But what it says about this guy is no one can deny that Fred Miller is a man of substance. And we all know that substance trumps form. Well, what else do they say? They call it substance over form, right?
I guess we all need to start trying to figure out what it means to become a man of substance. Now, don't.
A man of substance is principled. He operates under principles. Statutes and codes are there to govern you when you can't govern yourself.
I think we should start calling the at-law position the at-war position instead of the at-law.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You're at war. Why? Because you are not doing your things properly, right? Since you're not doing things properly and in order, you are a detriment to the country and the society. You're out there creating all this freaking debt.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're 5x5.
Okay,
Yeah, we can hear you.
all right, good. My speakerphone was tripping, so I had to put the headphones back on. Yeah.
Well, crap. Can't get no fuel on this pump. I need go-go juice too. Now, I guess nobody else is going to call in to ask questions. Leo's screaming but not correcting it. I don't understand. No, now Lamar, I don't know if you understand because of the way you worded that. It says, think people just want to figure out the right procedures, though there is no right procedures. So what is the proper order? I don't think you're understanding. Principles of law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. What do we call methods today? Procedures, processes, templates. When you learn the principles, you can develop your own processes or procedures or methods. Their procedures, they are secondary to principles. If all you're going to do is concentrate on a procedure, you're never going to be 100% successful. Well, common law should be a base of practice that lends to being principled. Not necessarily, because there's 3 different jurisdictions in the Constitution. You have admiralty jurisdiction, you have equity jurisdiction, and you have common law. You need to also learn which jurisdiction you're operating in when you're operating. I am a truck driver by trade. So guess which jurisdiction I'm operating in? Commerce, which is admiralty jurisdiction. Principle in terms of the all caps, well, that all caps one, you need to learn that it's not yours. And since it's not yours, what's the relationship to it? That's going to come into the principles. Because if you're using my car and I say, here's the rules, and you choose not to read the rules, can you really yell and scream at me if I punish you for doing it? No.
Hey, Brian, I think
Yeah.
I think a good example is, because I've had a couple gurus give me some flack about it, about sending people out, thinking prayers are going to solve their issues. Well, yeah, a prayer is a prayer. When delivered in a good method, it's effective. When delivered in an improper or a poor method, it's effective, just not in the effect that you wanted. And so no matter what you have in principle, you're still going to have to deploy it. You're still going to have to make the rubber meet the road. And that is one of the hardest things for people to wrap their head around. Like with equity, private communique is the key to equity. It's the key. And how do you write in private to someone is your decision. It's by your hand.
Well, Lamar, you talk about, so this saying that when contacting the principal, I get nowhere. I read the publication. Okay, did you contact the right principal? I just showed a video. I put a video up the other day where we showed on the DOJ website, there are public trustees and private trustees. Not only that, I've also shown that the trustees that are listed on the Social Security website, there are multiple different trusts. And if you don't know who to talk to, ask. That's where equity comes in. You ask the servant, tell them what you're doing. Say, I'm doing this in good faith. I'm doing it based on blah, blah, blah. Am I correct? You have 15 days to respond if you don't respond. So guess what? I presume that I'm doing this correctly. Now, the principles of law, yes, that is maxims also. And there's a lot more maxims than people are teaching you.
Yeah, hundreds.
3,700 in the back of Black's Law Dictionary.
Yep. Yeah. And most people concentrate on 10 or 20 of them.
No, do it as a prayer. I mean, go look at the Lord's Prayer. It says in this manner. This is in Matthew chapter 6. What is that term, in this manner? It's a singular Greek word that was translated in this manner. Another way to look at it is, for example, do it this way. And he lays out a template.
Yeah, there's your form. You want a form? There it is.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we've been guilty of, we are afraid to write a letter to those so-called servants and ask questions, but yet we have the Library of Congress, we have the state legislative library, we have all of these places to ask questions, and they are there for you to do it. But what does the average person not do? I mean, you got a question for the court. Do a declaratory judgment, produce your evidence, lay out your argument on paper, and say, hey, court, based on this set of facts and this set of laws, how would you rule? That's called a declaratory judgment. Ask them a question. Do you owe 30,000? See, they saying you owe because why? You're not doing your duty. You're not expressing things properly. Why don't you want to be the agent, Raylan? The agent is who you are. Because you're not the grantor, you're not the trustee, you're not the beneficiary, and the agent, when they do their duty, they hold no liability for the principal.
Their form to make it your own. There we go.
Yeah, if you're not going to be part of their system, stop using their forms claiming to be part of their system. Even in the, what is it, the Paper Reduction Act, it gives you two things you're supposed to do, and one of those things is create a statement. Well, what does the companies give you every month? They give you a statement. Why are you not learning how to do your own accounting and creating your own statements?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So how would you get around not using one of their forms if it says it's required that you fill out this form?
Who's it required for?
Bingo. Bingo. This is what I say. If you've got clean hands, it's usually because someone's doing it for you.
Aha.
The IRS says
someone do it on your behalf.
No. You are to do a statement, right? Well, if you're not going to be part of their system, grab their form, look at it. What information is required? Well, Raylan, if you want to be the owner, then you carry the liability. Do you want to be the liable party? If you do, that's your right.
Well, I get that, but I'm trying to figure out how to, if I have to submit a form like that, to have substance with it.
Okay, write your equitable letter, laying out your findings of facts based on this, and this, right? Now, and you attach your statement to it that has all the same information that they need. Because you're to do your own accounting, right? So here's your accounting.
Would you send them a form with nothing on it and allow them to fill it out using your information?
Yeah, use the form as an attachment as opposed to your knowledge being the attachment.
Okay,
So
got you.
you
That makes
write,
perfect
you write
sense.
your communique with all the data, and you just simply include in it that there's a form attached. It's definitely not filled out, but that way they know what you're trying to do, expression wise, and then it will be up to them whether they actually need it or not. You got that, Jess?
Yes, I completely get that. Thank you. That gives me a whole new outlook on when it's time to fill out a form, how to do it in an equitable manner. So thank you.
Yeah, the
Awesome.
guy I talked to earlier today that I told you about, which I won't name his name because the public tends to bum rush people. I told him, I said, you've got LLCs and S Corps, you've run all that stuff. He said, oh yeah. I said, now, what does the 1099 represent? I said, you've issued 1099s for subcontractors. He said, yes, I have. I said, what does it represent? I said, does it not represent that your company issued this much credit to this company? He said, actually, I can see that. Yeah, that's exactly what it does. I said, so if that trust isn't yours and you were just the agent, shouldn't you be reporting how much credit you're actually issuing to these corporations in the name of the trust as the agent?
That is your duty.
Yeah, what is money, Lamar? In this system, if you go back and read the congressional record, March 9th, 1933, what is money? Money is credit. It's not Federal Reserve notes alone. People tend to think when I go to Walmart and I buy a TV, I use a check, I use a debit card, I use a credit card, I use all these forms, and they think it's all Federal Reserve notes. No, it's not. Federal Reserve notes are one form of payment. You have multiple forms of options. You can do a Federal Reserve note. You can do a debit card, credit card, money order, check, cashier's check, bill of exchange, promissory note. But depending on what you use will depend on the process. So you can walk into Walmart and do it with the simple things and pay at the cash register. But if you're going to do a bill of exchange, you need to send it to somebody else for them to accept it and process it, and they keep their fees and they load the rest of it on a Walmart gift card. See, it would be a totally different process depending on what you're using. But reading the banking rules, you have all of these options. You're the issuer of the credit. Enri Celsius Network LLC et al. Was just ruled on January 4th. And I'll give you the short synopsis. The judge in that case said the depositors are the creditors and the financial institution is the debtor. I said, wow, the judge told you how the banking system works.
Mighty kind of them.
Court cases are your best features. Also, the first complaining party in that case was the Office of the United States Trustees. Because why? There are public trustees, there are private trustees, because everything's in bankruptcy.
So are we the beneficiaries of the In God We Trust?
Do you got evidence you are?
I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I got a birth certificate.
I've got one too, about 5 of them. Woohoo! I got proof.
That
I've got
doesn't,
evidences of interest in that
yeah,
trust.
evidence of interest. That's the key, because property is not the tangible item. It's the rights and interest in the item.
It's the reversionary interest. You don't want anything that's cursed. You want to give everything else back to Caesar, and you keep what is essentially God's.
Now, just like the word contract, there's a list of different types of interest. Brother Breyer, is that available on a PDF? Or are you trucking?
Hold on a second.
Well, you have an interest in your life, don't you, Lamar? God gave you substance, did he not? You can consider that to be interest. Somebody's been taking it from you and taking your substance and using it in their form. So don't you think that in some way or the other that you have some type of interest tied to getting that back, right? Which we would all consider to be a better quality of life. Those things that the gentleman was talking about earlier, not having to get out and slave to provide, because God has already given us an abundance of everything that we need.
Now, what was you asking me, Eric? Do I have what?
Just like the word contract, there's going to be a list of contracts. How many different types of contracts? I want you to give them a list of different types of interests.
Oh, let me send that to you.
Please. Oh, and I'm traveling, Bryce, so it'll be just a couple more seconds before I can get it posted.
Hey,
working off the phone.
Bill said that the number one interest that everybody likes is the usury interest.
That's definitely one way to look at it.
Like everybody likes to pay that tax, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's most popular.
Okay, I just sent it to you. Yay, I can finally get fuel. Wow, somebody got a big oil leak. That's a lot of freaking oil.
Let me tell y'all a little story. Just how fantastical all of this information, because now we're going back full circle to that first case we talked about. And the reason I bring this up is because I just traveled by the unit that I was housed at for 12 years, and it brought back all these memories. Not all good, but not all bad. But what it did is I traveled past where the unit is, because it's probably 300 yards off the freeway. I saw this dealership, Chevrolet dealership, and I remember my little group, we'd get together, huddle, man, yeah, you know, we're gonna walk right out of here. We're gonna walk right down to that Chevrolet dealership, and we're going to drop down a treasury draft. We're going to drive out there with, at the time, I think it was like $80,000 truck, you know, just macking all this fantasy shit that we were, you know, dreaming of. And, you know, that's just how far your imagination, your hopes and your dreams go, that, you know, you're believing all this stuff. You just don't know how to do it. You got people coming in there that, you know, will tell you they know how to do it, but they're just using you as a crash test dummy. And that happens in there all the time. And you know, the information spreads, and it's kind of like a virus, because you never know if you're getting good information, bad information, all the information. And, you know, you just don't know the motives, because you're dealing with, you know, the bottom drag of society to begin with. So honor is, you know, scarce and hard to find. So yeah, that's just, yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
And Floyd, that is exactly why I do things the way I do. I show you the source information from the books the attorneys write, because they are teaching each other, or the judge's own words, or the government's own words, because you're never going to go wrong if you read what they publish. It's their system. Why would you read some of these books that common people have written, professing to be an expert, but they don't teach you the principles? Why not read the government's own works? It's their system.
Absolutely.
Now, if you look at that, what I shared on the screen, interest. See, property is rights and interest. So what interest do you have? How many different interests are there? You've got absolute interest. You've got ante-mortem interest, beneficial interest, carried interest, concurrent interest, contingent interest, controlling interest, defeasible interest, direct interest, entailed interest, entire interest, equitable interest, executory interest, expected interest, financial interest, fractional interest, future interest, inalienable interest, inchoate interest, insurable interest, interest in the use and enjoyment of land, joint interest, junior interest, legal interest, legally protected interest, liberty interest, multiple interest, ownership interest, pecuniary interest, possessory interest, present interest, property interest.
They're going to torture us again with all of this interest.
Yeah, but you get the point.
It's just like contract. It just goes on and on and on.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
You need to know how to defend it when it's confronted with you, but you damn sure should be able to identify it, because if you don't know what they're coming at you with, what type of contract or anything else for that matter, then, you know, you're going to lose. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, if you go under American jurisprudence, under the general legal definition of the word property, it tells you that it's not the tangible item, it is your rights and interests. So the question you have to ask sometimes, when it comes to a certain item, are you the only interest holder, or is there another?
And you don't want to write yourself or paint yourself out of something, you know, by opening your damn mouth and saying something that isn't what you meant to say. So take the time and do this little research, because a lot of this information is out there. I dedicate my life to putting good information out to these groups. It's there.
Go look, there's people out there telling you to resign as a registered agent. Why would you do that if that is one of the ways to protect your interest? If you resign, you just waive all your interest in that thing. Go on a piece of paper and write every possible way you can consider that all caps name. How many different ways can you write it? You can write it in all lowercase, proper case, all caps, reverse the names, move the capital letter around. You have all
Just
these
the capital
different
letter.
names.
How
Yeah.
about just the capital letter?
Hold
Or
on. That's a perfect question for the chat AI.
Yeah. So if you write that on a piece of paper, then you look at that list of names you've written down. How many of them do you have an interest in? Every one of them. The question is how much interest?
And how many evidences do you have of those interests? And can you develop those evidences, and can you develop interests? And
Yes.
the answer is yes, you can. And there are strategies to develop those interests and those evidences.
Under the Power of Appointment Act, you could be, instead of the all caps name being John Henry Doe, you can write the name Doe, John Henry as general agent. Now you start signing everything that way, and you're establishing your paper trail that the government can recognize. This is the thing, people, they complicate things. And honestly, a lot of it's bad teachers, because it's not difficult.
Hey, Eric, I sent you a message on Telegram.
Now, Floyd, you did say that is actually a true statement, because I was listening to Jordan Peterson the other day, and he was talking about chat AI and the different things people are asking it to do. And it is absolutely amazing. I mean, that the things that you can ask it to do, and it will do it. Now, let's see. Hello, Eric's wife.
Absolutely. Actually, Jesse's in the queue to have a chat with the AI. I look forward to that.
Me
Are you
too. I
writing
haven't
these
heard
questions
anything
down,
back.
Jesse?
It's been over a week. Oh, I have a billion trillion questions, man. I'm pretty sure that when the time comes, I'll ask everybody. I'll send you a message and we'll talk about what you want me to ask
Talking,
you.
I know he's talking.
Can't hear me at all. Says I'm unmuted.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Is that better? Turned it up a little bit. Yeah, I'll let you know
via
when I get
copyright?
confirmation from the AI.
No, you should not do it via copyright. Okay? Because why? There's rules in place about copywriting names. They won't let you do that. But you can trademark a name, and you can do the Minnesota assumed name certificate. And you want to do it in Minnesota because why? It's the only state that you don't have to prove ownership.
Now, I'd like to add something to that. Super important, guys, in patent trademark law, is that trademarks they must be assigned to an organization, an LLC, a corporation. And this is why you see, Nike is a registered trademark of, and then they name the corporation. So just because you have a name trademark, it has to be associated with the corporation, and you have to evidence the use of it. And most people fail in this regards, and they get their butts just stomped in federal court when they show up and they have no evidences of use.
Now, Tim, you said only due to tradition do we pay taxes. One, if you owe a tax, pay a tax. The question is you need to learn what it constitutes owing a tax. The other thing is, who's the obligor? Once you start establishing that, if you're going to be the
18
obligor,
United
then
States
yes.
Code 8. Yeah, 18 United States Code 8. Who's the obligor?
Now, by the way, the guy I was talking to today, he actually is going to take my advice, and he just met me today. I said, so you have an LLC? He said, yeah. I said, where's it registered? Arizona. I said, huh. I said, would you move it? He said, why? I said, New Mexico, get you a registered agent in New Mexico. New Mexico will not divulge the owner or the members of the LLC without a subpoena, and there's an every other year filing requirement, and they charge no fees on the filing requirement. He said, I'm all for no fees. I said, I know you are. He said, I am definitely going to look at doing that.
Yeah, that's one of the places that you can file for anonymity. That's going to be in the video that I made.
Yeah, because you want to be in the private. This is why I tell people, if you're going to do a trust, I'm not against a trust. Go set you up 2 LLCs. And if you properly move everything over to one of the trusts that has the property properly move everything over to one of the LLCs who becomes the property owner and has everything in a trust, then the other LLC can be a trustee. I just posted a video of a guy out in California that he said, he said, who is the best trustee? He said, your legal entity. Why? Because it's a legal
Liability,
fiction.
that's why.
Liability, yes. Now you can have your board of directors on the LLC, be it your family members, and they make the decisions, but everybody signs the papers in the name of the LLC as trustee. Now, if you transfer property, that's a longer discussion than what we got today, because if you don't do it right, there's capital gains taxes and this, that, and the other, and that's going to be a problem.
And I want to add, when dealing in the courts, guys, with these matters, you can do a collateral attack with sealing the case, and you can seal the case from the start. So it's a good thing to look up in the rules of procedure and figure out if that meets your needs.
Look, the wealthy gets the laws written in such a way so they can have a benefit. Why would you not follow the rules so you can do exactly what they do? Everybody complains about the wealthy don't pay their fair share of taxes. Well, guess what? They know they don't have to. So they hire people that knows the rules so they don't have to. But instead of complaining like most people do, study the rules. Then you can do it yourself. Oh, come on, dude. Move your truck.
All right, guys. It's
Yes, sir.
a little past 5 here.
Yeah,
How
we're
much
gonna have to
longer you
call
want
it
to
a
go
day.
on?
No, we're gonna
All
have to
right,
call it a
well,
day because I'm gonna go
I've
eat.
asked. No, I understand. I don't have a problem with that. I've asked Eric to close this out and set up a segue for next week's broadcast at Live to 5 with the Fearless Floyd Show. So I'll let Eric have the floor and I yield.
Thank you, Jesse. I just want to say thank you to Fearless Lloyd and yourself, Jesse. Thank you, Brian, for joining us today. Brian and I have been doubling up on Thursdays on Fearless Lloyd Live to 5. So join us next Thursday. We're coming on noon Mountain Time, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. So please enjoy. And like I said, if you want to get over to Cite Your Authority, just come into Fearless Floyd's and ask the question, how do I get over there? And we'll get you over into the private group. Thank you again. Take care.
Y'all have a wonderful day and God bless. And if you go to a website called Linktree, type in Pastor of the Way, you'll find my Linktree and you can get to my group. And if you're in Floyd's group, just reach out that way too, because we're both in Floyd's group and we can get you into our groups. So y'all have a wonderful day and God bless you all.
All right, everyone. This concludes today's show. Till next week.
Yes, sir, Jesse. See you then.
See you then.